All right, good morning, everybody. We are going to get this meeting started. This meeting will be streamed live on the RBC YouTube channel, and we will call to order this meeting at 9:05 and start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public comment period. Any member of the public may address the board on matters which are within the jurisdiction of the board. If you are addressing the board regarding a matter listed on the agenda, you are requested to limit your comments to 3 minutes per member or 5 minutes per group. The public comment time is not for questions and answers. It is your time to express your views. To ensure there is adequate public comment time, please provide your name and address prior to the meeting by contacting the board assistant at 970-878-9575. If any member of the public would like to comment at this time, please state your name and address for the record. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none. Any online? See anybody else on there? Thank you. This is a tentative agenda, which includes all information available as of May 9th, 2025. The final tentative agenda will be posted at the RBC Historic Courthouse, 555 Main Street, Meeker, Colorado, and at the Rangeley Town Hall, 209 East Main Street, Rangeley. We will move on to line item D.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the May 13th, 2025 agenda, including the changes.
I second it.
I have a motion and a second. So we are adding business line item 5S and removing business line item 5P, removing business line item 5M, and removing resolution 6C. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, Sean, will you please call the roll?
Scripto? Aye. Overton?
Aye.
O'Hare?
Aye. Moving on to consent items, line item A.
Madam Chair, I would move to the below consent agenda items, and I'm not going to name them all. I'm going to name, let's see, payroll management, accounts payable, motor vehicle, DHS, EBT register, and payroll management. I do want to pull the minutes from the consent item.
Both D and E.
Yes.
Oh, I got those done.
Did you?
I forwarded them to you.
Oh, sorry, you didn't get to see that. Okay,
Yes.
I didn't get to see that. So if you made those edits, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna start over. If nobody seconded, I can get away with that, right? Sorry, I didn't even think to ask you. So, Madam Chair, I would move to approve the items on the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Anything else from either of you? Sean, will you please call the roll?
Scritchfield?
Aye.
Overton?
Aye.
O'Hare?
Okay. Sorry about that, Sean. I just never even thought to ask you.
Moving on to line item 3, we are going to recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Board of Adjustments. And so we have Leaf here for Board of Adjustment.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. So the Board of Adjustments deals with variances in our land use regulation, and that's why we're here today. We have an application for a variance from the RV rules and regulations. They have The rules and regulations of our current land use regulation have been or were modified in 2018 under resolution 2018-006. So we have that in front of us stating that recreational vehicles use, on a single lot, recreational vehicles on privately owned legal parcels are allowed to be occupied for a maximum of 120 consecutive days between April 1st and November 30th. The applicant would like a variance from that particular portion of the LUR because they may want to stay there a little bit longer throughout the summer. This lot is up at Marvine Creek, so it's a very rural lot. It has water. Currently, a septic is being constructed on there, and I've got the building inspector with me. I don't believe that has been finalized. Is that correct? That's correct. So the septic is in the process of being finalized, and then there is electric as well. So those three components, the electric, the water, and the septic, along with the RV, and a legally created parcel rather, would allow you to live there full-time as a full-time resident in Rio Blanco County, according to our LUR. So try not to confuse this any further. The variance would be from the 120 consecutive days that may or may not lead to the variance from the permanent residence of an RV. Is that, I knew you have questions, please.
So is the variance from the 120 days until they get the septic finished?
No, the variance from 120 days would be even including the septic. It would just be, they want to live there longer than 120 days. The variance would also allow them to take up permanent residency on that lot in an RV with those water, septic, and electric.
Do we do that in other areas?
Yes, we have already set the precedence in this out on State Highway 13.
So is this something that we should look at and get rid of doing the variance? Or do you want to do a variance every time? Set the precedence or?
We have presented this to the Planning Commission, and we can re-present it to them one more time to make these changes permanent and a less, make them so that they don't require variances yet.
Madam Chair, the question. So in the other cases that we've done, sounds like there's at least two others, maybe.
Yeah. One for certain one was an EXRB or a cabin exemption. Which is a little bit different. Yeah. We have different rules and regulations, but to the point, we have one very clear precedent set on State Highway 13.
And those have septic, water, and all that. So that's how I want to be careful we don't start having RVs parked around. So they have to have the sewer, electric, water, and all that, and then you can do this variance, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, well, the variance, you can do that as long as your parcel's over 35 acres. The variance then comes in these particular cases where the parcel of ground is under 35 acres.
So just to be clear, if it's over 35 acres, they need water and sewer to have an RV on their parcel.
As a full-time resident.
Right. And how do you clarify full-time residence?
I cannot answer that. I think for us, it's over 120 days in an RV. There is no clear definition of full-time residence other than that.
And does this, so if the person was to leave, like move the RV, then does this variance then just go away, or could another RV then move on there?
The variance would travel with the parcel of ground. So yes, they could physically remove the RV and then 2 years later moved back. Yes,
So it
or
doesn't-
longer than 120 days.
Okay.
And if they sold it, it would be the same no matter who. It just goes with the land.
Madam Chair. So one of the reasons when this originally came up quite some time ago, there were a couple of concerns. And originally it was going to be just staying during summer months due to snow loads and things like that. The commissioners at that time had decided, no, we don't care when they come if we limit it to 120 days. Without a septic system, what the concern was is that someone could move in and possibly illegal dump on the ground. Because if there is no septic in place, they're gonna have to haul that trailer or that, motorhome, whatever, to an appropriate dumping station. So that's when the planning commission came back, I believe, and said, leave it at 120 days. We don't care when that is. But then, also the making sure that the water and sewer are coming online, right?
Correct. You had those three, the water, sewer, and the electric.
And electric. So that was just a little back history for what it's worth.
The overarching, if I may, the overarching, I guess the basis for this was that we did not want people to permanently live in RVs without the appropriate utilities.
Yes, I think that's key. As
Mhm.
long as those are
I'm-
there. Good.
I'm a little concerned about following the land. Because, if in 2 years, the water or the septic is gone and if you don't take care of that stuff, it's not gonna be there.
That is true. I don't know that I have a very good answer for that, Commissioner. I guess it would be like any other cabin that had the same services or utilities. If they sold it, you probably wouldn't require them to remove their septic. It would stay as part of the ground. The only difference would be the physical structure, cabin and or a house, as opposed to an RV. Or what we would consider a park model home, which is still on wheels, mobile, but a little more permanent. I don't even know how you define that.
Mhm.
Can you make me feel a little better about having RVs parked all over the county?
No, I can't make you feel any better. I apologize.
You're so honest. Got Xanax in my pocket. No.
The only, I guess, the positive thing for a variance in this case is that we view them on a case by case basis. So that is one benefit.
So now,
The bad part about it is, as you mentioned, if you're constantly variancing things, then perhaps you ought to re-examine the rules. That's, of course, a staff opinion, no more, no less. I hope that makes you feel better.
so Matt had his question.
Oh, you have a question?
I do. So, leave this to the question for you. So if you get a variance for anybody in this situation, and they have a variance of 35 acres or 120 days, RV setup, and then they want to get a cabin exemption in the next go around, that would be 2 variances?
If they wanted to do a cabin exemption, they would come back, yes, they would come back to the process. Not only would they visit the planning department, but at that point, they would visit the building department. And there would be some discussion there as to, do you really want to do this? Here's some other options. But to your point, yes, it would be 2 separate variances. So they would revisit you for a cabin exemption.
Is this what they're ultimately trying to do?
I don't know what they're ultimately trying to do. They simply applied for a variance from the RV rules and regulations in our land use reg.
So
I don't think, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just, I don't, say this correctly. I don't believe there's any malintent
Mhm.
or abuse of the rules here. I just simply this applicant actually came in, discussed it, what are my options, and apply for a variance. And then we've done that.
So just because I've been looking at some other properties, other state actually, and you see places where there are lots of half acres that have, it's all ready, it's an RV hookup. And it's exactly like you say, septic and the whole works is there. Oftentimes multiple RV slots, but you could build a home on it as well. So I'm assuming you could, let's say that. So I guess that's where I'm going at with this. So how big is the parcel? I don't remember how big it is. Very big.
I think it's right at 2 acres.
Okay, 2 acres. So I guess that if and when somebody come back with a desire to build a house there, then it would be a conversation. Is it, not a conversation, but it would be a house and an RV slot, basically. Or so that would be the two variances, perhaps. Or would they want to, if they could, replace the RV with a cabin? Would that, then when they ask for that, would you get rid of the RV variance?
Yes. The answer to that. They would go to the building department, apply for a building permit to build a residence.
Okay.
In which case the variance for the existing residence, RV in this case, would go away. Because you can't have multiple residents on one parcel without a limited impact review, which is another
Another
process.
process.
Yes,
So if they wanted to do that, we would just go through that process at that
yes,
time.
that is absolutely correct.
Okay.
They would need to do that. If they wanted to maintain, at that point, then the variance would not apply because they would have a full-time.
Okay.
It's confusing and I apologize.
No, I think you've done good. And I'm just looking at those different options and scenarios of what they would look like down the road, whether it be for this landowner or for somebody they sold it to down the road. So, okay,
Are you finished?
I am.
So I'm going to make a motion to approve resolution number, well, let's see. Of it, how do I want to word this, resolution number, request for a variance? Is that what I'm approving is the variance number?
Yes, sir. It'd be resolution number, or excuse me, the variance, BAR 001-25.
So I'm going to make a motions to accept the RV variance request VAR 0001-25. Rio Blanco County.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from either of you? No. John, will you please call the roll?
Overton.
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I
sir.
will inform the applicant immediately and then we will proceed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we are now adjourning as the Board of Adjustments and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. Moving on to line item 5 business. And we are going to be interviewing Teresa Ellis for the MCCIC board. Come on up.
Let's see.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You want to tell us a little bit about yourself and wanting to be on the board and
Okay.
For the public.
For the public,
Yeah.
yes. My name is Teresa Ellis, and I have lived in Rio Blanco County since 1983, so a longtime resident. I worked for the county as in the clerk and recorder's office for almost 30 years. Recently retired about 2 years ago, and just still feel like I want to serve the community. And when I was approached about the board position, I thought it would be a real good way to do that.
I've always had a real soft spot for the Fairfield Center for the people and having a place for them to go when they no longer can be completely by themselves. And so, yeah, I was very honored to be asked.
Do you have any, thing you want to change with the way that it's operating now? Do you have any,
Not necessarily. I think, I know several of the residents, or a couple of the residents, they seem to be very pleased. They feel well taken care of. I was visiting with the ladies on the board and it looks like they're getting ready to do a painting job, which I think is very needed. It was starting to look pretty run down. But I think with the painting, it will bring it back up. The couple of apartments that I've seen have been real good condition. So yeah, I think I would just like to be there in case, you know, there is a necessity to change some so that we can make a decision.
Do you have any questions?
I don't. Doug asked my question.
is, Judy, is this the only position we have open?
Yes, Jenny had thought about leaving the board, but has since reserved and changed that decision and remains on it.
Good.
So the painting trees on the board, it brings us back to 5, so we're in a good spot again.
Very good. I really appreciate you stepping up and doing that with all of you. This has worked out pretty well with you guys taking that over, and I think it's taken a lot off of the county, and I think the residents down there appreciate it more also. Yeah. We hope that it continues and we keep making progress.
I think everything's going very well and very smoothly right now. And with adding trees on, I think it'll be a good field to bring the county knowledge back to us. By losing Scott, it involved the county, and Teresa has that knowledge.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, you want me
Yep.
motion you want?
Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you.
Madam Chair, I would move that we appoint Teresa Ellis to the MCCIC board.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Sean, will you please call the roll?
Overton,
Aye,
Scritchfield.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Aye.
thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to line item B.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to approve the permission letter for the Meeker Arts Cultural Council to serve alcohol on the downtown plaza during the Meeker Palooza on June 13th and the 27th and July 18th, 2025.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this? From either of you? We talked about something to make them accountable, and they're agreeing to all of that.
So that is part of the rental agreement that Eric has. We still haven't removed, I've got had a call with Mandy about, at this point, the town of Meeker still requires that the Board of County Commissioners approve it. So they do their application and say that they will follow the procedures in the alcohol laws and sales laws. That goes to the town and then the town permits it. So that's why it's still on your agenda for now. We had talked about pushing that whole thing off, and so that basically, but I've got to get that coordinated with the town so that they feel comfortable issuing the permit based on the application that facilities receives.
And how we would do that is they just agree to abide by our rules on each
Mhm.
thing, and then we just don't have to do this.
Yes, now I did run across some issues. So, in talking, with facilities on that, I had copies of the Fairfield and also the fairground rental agreements as well as, Columbine Park. And there is a provision in there that, and it's under, and I was gonna have Dawn take a look at this, so this may be a premature conversation. There are some exceptions for why someone might have to permit an event to sell alcohol. If the entity is a private entity, and like I'm gonna have a wedding and only my invites are gonna be invited to that party, I can give alcohol away. I can't sell it, but I can buy all the wine and whatever and provide it. The problem that comes in is that we have a lot of entities who are like, for instance, like stockbrokers that sell tickets. When you sell tickets, then it becomes, you're not restricting it to that smaller group. In our rental facility agreement, it does say that, if it's a private event, it's a private event. But if you sell tickets, it's considered a public event. You may sell food, but who can come to that event is where the problem comes in. If it's not restricted to like if I am, a member of this group, can we then have a sale of alcohol? So I need Dawn to do some legal review on that. So that question's maybe a little premature, but I just want to let you know that's out there. I did have a conversation with Commissioner Scritchfield about that.
Because we kind of decided, depends how you read it, what it means.
Yeah,
Surprise, surprise.
my concern was that we're just headed that way.
Yeah, we're gonna have to probably clarify some direction. And then who is required to have permit insurance, be able to sell. And that's been kind of we've never gone down that road, but it is something that's now been brought to light. So we'll need our attorney to weigh in on that.
Good deal. Anything else? No. Will you please call the roll, Sean?
Richfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Right.
Okay.
Aye. Moving on to line item C.
Madam Chair, I would move to ratify the liquor license for Meeker's Corner Market.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions from either of you on this? Any discussion?
Thank
No.
you for signing it out.
Yes.
I talked to him about it and said, won't do that again.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate
Sorry about that. They were way behind and
No,
they were
understand.
panicked.
I'm sure they were.
I'm sure they were too.
They're gonna have to lock those liquor cabinets or whatever they've got going on in there.
You know it.
Will you please call the roll?
Overton.
Aye.
O'Haron.
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Moving on to line item D.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve the ratification of a service agreement with Blair and Associates PC for the 2024 financial audit.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions, discussions on this one? No. Will you please call the roll, Sean?
Richfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Haron.
Moving on to line item E.
I have a little bit of discussion before we make a motion on it. Real quick, ma'am. Madam Chair, would you rather have a motion first?
Motion first.
See who you are. All right. Madam Chair, I would move to approve the comments from the Natural Resources Department to the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Water Quality Control Division regarding regulations 87, sections 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, fee structure, with the flexibility to adjust based on updates from each Water Quality Control Division meeting.
I will second that for this, for discussion.
Thank you. Guy, she's a slave driver. She won't let us do any of this. So go ahead. Tell us why we're doing this, the way we're doing it.
The motion itself might be an indicator of why. It's a mouthful, so 5 separate letters all at once, mostly because of the pace of the rulemaking. that the Water Quality Control Division, how they're conducting that. Basically, these letters are built off of the current draft language of Regulation 87. The next 2 months, they will be hosting stakeholder meetings while simultaneously potentially releasing updated language to each section. The turnaround from those updated language releases is about 7 days to submit comment. That turnaround is obviously not very friendly to our commissioner meeting schedule. So my thought is, and the best way to go about this is to approve the submitted comments as submitted, perhaps with some changes after this discussion, and then probably have to ratify a few of the letters, especially if some serious draft language changes come up during these meetings and we find something very specific to address. The other thing I will say is the submittal process is not very straightforward as far as submitting these letters as a document. For the sake of transparency, they utilize a Google form format and then a separate Google form, what they call is the parking lot. So just note that the submission of these letters, I will upload the letters in full to both Google Forms just to carry over the approval stamp of the commissioners with signature. But just note that some of the portions or bullets of the letter might be copied and pasted to specific questions in the Google form, just to make sure we address some of the questions that the division is putting out there. I hope that makes sense.
For the public, Regulation 87 is the dredge and fill.
Yes, sir.
Our state's wonderful
Right.
dredge and fill bill.
Right.
And regulations. So, while I think, agriculture had been pretty involved in the bill making and all that too, Farm Bureau and others. And so I think ag got reasonable exemptions from that. Would you agree to that? So some part anyway?
Yes, very, I would say clearly from the legislation. I think what the concern is now is the way they are drafting the rulemaking language, that it's a little up to interpretation. But even more so, the division is taking a very shrug their shoulders approach as far as, well, ag is exempt, so it doesn't apply to ag. They don't have to permit, they don't have to call, they don't have to pay a fee to say whether or not a project is exempt. But folks that I'm talking to, different river districts and other conservation groups, they're still concerned about how the regulation will be interpreted.
Yeah.
But yes, the exemption is there.
So I think the value for the county, just for the public's information. So Reese is, diving into it beyond agriculture too, how it affects oil and gas, how it affects our reservoir possibilities and all of that. So I appreciate you digging into all of that very much. We haven't done this kind of thing since I know of. So thank you very much for doing that. Appreciate it. So Madam Chair, I had brought up with Reese on the last letter a few edits. So how would you like to proceed with these? Maybe pull that one off of the list because we know it's got some edits and it's going to be down the road a ways. It's the last one, right?
Yes.
Does that work for you? And we're only meeting in 2 weeks. So
Let me just
We just vote on this one and then you make another motion.
I see Miss Vicky's hand there.
Go ahead.
If I might make a suggestion, we've run into this before where things tie in as they're having these hearings and things change. For transparency and to be able to make it as easy as possible and for staff to act quickly, it would probably be better as Reese has those comments and things as they change to submit the letters as a blind carbon copy. Do you see any issues with this? And then we can always ratify at the next meeting. When we get into this type of thing, it's different than a normal process because I'm suspecting this, it may not be true, but when you go into that meeting, they may only be dealing with one of the paragraphs or one of the sections, and it will relate to something on another section. And then inadvertently, that one will be changed. And if you approve this in whole the way that it is written, that would allow Reese to keep up with those fast changing paces. And when he gets one that is actually going to be the submitted document, then you guys are alerted to that. And then if we get the approval for that, then we'll do a ratification of that text at the very next meeting. If a constituent wants to see a copy of that, they can certainly core that, and we can provide that, or contact us and we can provide them that information before ratification. But those time periods will be very difficult to manage.
So I'm good with just the way we got it then, because there's chances there'll be other edits on that one too,
Yes.
Reese, before it comes to fruition. So
Very
okay,
likely.
I'm good with that then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should we add a component on the wording to say that we're giving him that permission for those edits, or did I miss that on this?
Yeah, it's on there with flexibility to adjust
Okay,
based on.
perfect.
updates.
Okay.
So they got us covered.
Like,
Good to go.
Anything else? All right, will you please call the roll?
Screechfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Aye. Moving on to line item F.
Madam Chairman, I move to ratify a ratification of a letter of opposition to the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do you want to take this one away, or was this was you, correct?
Matt and myself.
Okay.
Worked together collaboratively, which was really helpful because this is a bit of a, I think, unknown, but also will have, I guess I should just say, quite the impact. I think we'll find out more as this is implemented and finalized. Pretty aggressive, I will just say, our comments, but I think after reading the proposed draft, pretty warranted. So hopefully it makes things more moderate.
And I would just say for the public's information, so this was an interesting one. It's wildfire resiliency. So I was thinking natural resources mine, but it's really in building codes. And so they mangled the two of them. So basically saying that homes, not only the home itself is going to have to be inspected, but fire resiliency around the home. And that's all due to a bill in an effort to, they say, keep insurance rates down. We'll see how that goes.
I think the two biggest things was there's perception that it won't be required to be adopted. But I'm wondering how, in other ways outside the code board, counties will be forced to adopt it. I think the FTE burden on local counties is going to be huge. It has some language in there about regular reoccurring follow-up inspections, even for defensive space, not just structure. And it ultimately leaves it up to the county or someone else locally to take on that.
My concern with this is that government's trying to play with the insurance, and the insurance should be between the landowner and the insurance company, and government should stay out of it. Because every time the government gets involved in that stuff, it just creates problems.
So appreciate you doing that for us and getting those comments in.
Happy to.
John, will you please call the roll?
Screechfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Motion passes. Moving on to line item G.
Madam Chair, I would move ratification of the letter to the public submitted to the Rio Blanco Herald Times regarding the smart roof policy.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. I will let you take it away.
Okay. So just a real brief update on that. So good old wolves. We spend all of our time talking about wolves. Justin is here for that. So there are multiple prongs, things people trying to do to try to fix our wolf problem. Bottom line is we have wolves on the ground. We are going to have wolves on the ground. So we got to figure out what we're going to do with them. There is a potential ballot initiative. They're calling it Smart Wolf Policy that has been through the title board and all, and they're trying to get signatures collected to put it on the ballot. A couple of things that are wrong with that. The only thing it's doing is just saying that they can no longer bring wolves in after December of 26. Now, the reason that date is there is because it won't go to the ballot until November of 26. And so by the time it gets final approval, it would be December. So that's all that it does. We already got 30 wolves, 4 pair denning, and the possibility of bringing in 2 more rounds of wolves between now and December 36, because there's season that the state can bring them in. So basically at that point, I don't see the state bringing in many more wolves, if any. So the concern is the amount of time, energy, and money it will take to pass that initiative. It will, everybody says it takes a minimum of $5 million to pass an initiative in Colorado. I can think of a lot better things we can do with $5 million besides going down that road that may not do us any good if it passes. If it does not pass, it does us a lot of damage because we will now be in a new administration in our state. And if it doesn't pass, that sends a message that the people of the state even want wolves even maybe more than they have in the past. So I think it's a real dangerous game that we're playing. So just as an FYI, the county, the stock growers, cattlemen's, wool growers, a large group is working on a number of ways to deal with what we've got, but we don't think this is it. So that's what the letter was about. Long-winded.
We have an organization going that's coalition, the Wolf Coalition on the Western Slope, that includes all of the counties, the cattlemen's associations, it's a big group.
A lot of wildlife.
A lot of wildlife people, and they're the ones that are promoting this letter and trying to take care of the Western Slope. And it's this thing they're trying to pass is originated on the Eastern Slope, and they, without even contacting anybody over here about what they're doing and what's going on, which is, I guess, what they do. But I just want to emphasize that the group, this Wolf Coalition that we have put together is doing a fantastic job, and I think that is what we should let happen and not let anybody else. It's our situation here, so let's let them.
Locally led.
Yeah.
It's our goal. So, and I might just add, so stock growers, wool growers, the 2 conservation districts and Farm Bureau all signed on to that letter for the local paper as well.
Anything else? John, will you please call a roll?
Overton.
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Motion passes. Moving on to line item H.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve the consideration of a contract and funding the Western States and Tribal Nations WSTN program to support the development of business cases, policies, and legislative agenda for major infrastructure projects aimed at expanding domestic international markets for national resources in member states and tribal nations.
Second.
Well, I have a motion and a second. One piece of this that we still haven't received yet is the contract. Have you received that contract? I haven't received
No, I
it
wasn't.
either.
I just asked Vicky if she had seen it.
Yeah, they
I haven't
were,
Seen the contract yet to look at.
yeah. so we don't have a contract at this point. We can still approve the funding component. They did invoice us for it. The MOU was supposedly sent May 6th. I'm sorry, the contract, but I have looked in my spam and everywhere and I still haven't found it. And I did contact Andrew Browning and let him know that we still don't have a contract to be part of this study.
So do we feel comfortable giving them the money or should we make it subject?
I think I'd make it subject to review and the contract
Review by you.
by legal, yeah.
So can I modify my motion to stay
I think we should.
after reviewing the contract?
And I just mentioned one thing. So the funding for that, we have the annual, we've been a participant with Western States and Tribal Nations for, I think Jeff Rector first got involved when it was first, at the very beginning. So we've been involved with them for some period of time. The invoice that Commissioner O'Hara just mentioned, we did receive that. I will ask for if I can do that now, authorization to go ahead and cut a special check once contract is reviewed. I know they were hoping to get that done as well as the other counties that are involved in that. That would expedite the process if I could do that.
Somebody could give me the contract. I'll prioritize looking at it.
And I can coordinate getting you the contract and making sure the check is cut but not sent until review.
I'm good with that. Are you good with it?
Yeah, so if I might, so I would move to amend the motion. Just adding at the end of it, pending contract review by county attorney. Is that,
That's good, but should you include something
About the special check.
about the check?
let's see, a contract and funding to the Western States Tribal Nations. Should we do, yeah, we can either add it here or we can do that as a separate motion to keep it clean, whichever you want to do. Probably need, Sean would appreciate direction of how it's really worded.
There's a big blurb right now. Go back and fix it.
Let's do a second motion for the special check
That's what I think.
that, yes, allowing for that. But let's stick with the motion we have on the floor
With this amendment,
with this amendment.
pending contract review by county attorney at the end of it, I think will make sense.
Yes.
So if you'll second that amendment.
I second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Sean, will you please call the roll?
So this is on the amendment,
Yes.
right? We have to do the amendment first and then we have to make it on
For the check.
For the check. Yes.
no. So we have to vote on the amendment as we got it. Then we have to vote on the motion as amended for this one, and then we'll go to that's.
So
Dawn,
this
am I
is
right?
the amendment. Okay. So this is for the,
Scritchfield,
Aye.
O'Hara,
aye.
Scritchfield,
Aye.
O'Hara,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Motion passes. Now we need a motion for the special check to be cut for Western State Tribal Nation.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to authorize Vicky to cut the special check for the Western States Tribal Nation. On approved contract.
Have a motion and a second. Sean, will you please call the roll?
O'Hara,
Aye.
Scritchfield,
Aye.
Overton.
Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to line item I.
Madam Chair, I would move approving the stop payment and reissue of 3 checks to the state of Colorado for the clerk and recorder's electronic recording check board. Recording check board. These checks are dated December 24 for for $226, January 25, $232, in February 25, $170. There's a $90 fee for the stop payments.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Opens it up for discussion. Why did not?
Apparently during, they had they moved from one floor to another floor. And for 2 years, they've been having their mail forwarded without us knowing what the real address is. So they just been taking them and giving them. Well, apparently this month, they didn't get any of them to the upstairs floor. So no one knows where they're at. I've already spoken to both floors, both areas. No one knows. As far as the $90 is concerned, I believe we can get that waived. We have to have it through you guys first to say that we can reissue checks, and then I can call the bank and ask them to not charge us for the $90. So, and I will let you know as soon as they let me know. But I spoke with someone at the bank and they said there should not be an issue with not charging the $90. We have to reissue these checks, these 3 checks to get them to the state. And then once we do that, then I can inquire about it.
And so do we address now? Okay.
The right floor.
The correct floor and everything.
Any other
Not
questions?
that that's gonna do any good.
I know, and I'm
Good
like,
luck with the
okay.
mail.
Like, hopefully those don't show up.
Yes, Vicki.
Madam Chairman, if I might, just, this conversation is not necessarily to do with this, but in light of that, we are looking, or we'll be looking at some ACH processing versus the paper checks. That was kind of some of the things that Eve Bailey is looking at. So there is some federal legislation out there right now that will prevent us from like mailing our checks, our 941s or whatever, to the Treasury. They are going to accepting only ACH. So there will be some discussions on that going forward. And from my understanding, when you have the ACH item, if we needed to place a check, that's simple. There's not the bank fee included on that. It's a little different process, but again, I just wanted to kind of throw that out there that there could be some changes in the works with that that might ultimately save us some funds down the road with going ACH.
And so is it an actual bill that they put through, or I thought it was an executive order?
I'm sorry, it's an executive order.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
I'm sorry.
We don't trust our postal service.
No.
Good reason.
No, not at all. Not at all. Those checks are large.
Yeah.
You know, there's other checks that we have that are,
That are considerably higher.
yes. Yeah.
Anything else? Okay. John, will you please call the roll?
Scritchfield?
Aye.
Overton?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on to line item J.
Madam Chairman, make the motion to approve the consideration for the contract modification for the 2024 Stoddard Miller all things landfill. Scope of work due to delays at CDEHE, the 2021 Engineering Design and Operation Plan, EDOP, was finally reviewed by the state and sent back for modifications and recommended corrections. The additional work required on the engineering design and operations plans, EDOP, corrections was not included in the scope of work as none of the associated parties were aware these changes were needed.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. So this one.
We get shown
to the justifications because the state didn't get around to the plan until.
So, does this money come out of the enterprise fund and is that so we don't have a problem with budget?
Yes, it is tied to solid waste landfill.
Reese, this question's you. It is the sections that they're looking at right now for public comments. Does it include the landfills in those sections?
Truthfully, I don't know.
Okay.
I have not dived into this.
Okay.
Perhaps I should.
I think just what you're asking is the, is that right? Is that what you're asking?
One that we just,
Clean to landfills, clean water stuff at all?
I think it very much could. I think for ephemeral settings or seasonal streams, it could be considered gap waters. Pretty much any activity that takes place
and holding CDPH, speak to the buyer and putting dates down that they can't take by
Forever.
for however many years. Then finally get around
I think it's structure for risk assessment for different projects and then an appropriate timeline for CDPHE to respond.
Thank you. Anything else? No? Sean, will you please call the roll?
Overton,
Aye.
Richfield,
Aye.
O'Hare.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to line item K.
Madam Chair, I would move to ratify a letter declining County Road 17 Bridge Project grant offered by Colorado Department of Transportation to assist with the design and engineering of the County Road 17 bridge. The letter states that we are not presently positioned to proceed with the design and engineering phase in a manner that aligns with the grant timeline and requirements.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Anything from,
The reason we're doing this is because when you accept a grant from the state in this situation, they require so much more stuff to be done in order to accept their grant that it actually costs us money to accept the grant. So we're going to do it a different way and turn down this grant and do it faster and possibly.
Be engineered and all that. Not over engineering. So I might just ask just for Sean, for your clarification. As I'm reading these long motions, I kind of think the motion ends in that first sentence. Is that kind of what your last sentence?
And all I'm doing is taking the motions that you guys are doing.
Okay, so not that whole paragraph.
Double blurb.
No, good job.
No, if someone wants to hear them, they can get the recording from
Okay.
our office and they can listen.
Perfect.
Yes.
thank you.
So on mine, it shows that it was 17 and County Road 5 bridges.
I think just.
Just 17,
Just
but the letter declining it.
Oh, above it. Okay,
Yep,
I'm so
yep.
sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Thank you.
Will you please call the roll?
Richfield, Overton,
Aye.
O'Hare.
Moving on to line item L.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to accept the consideration of the SGM task order for County Road 17 and County Road 5 bridges.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do you want to explain this one? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chairman. So previously we had agreed to an engineering, on-call engineering services from SGM. What that allowed us to do is to move a little bit faster. And of course, the County Road 17 bridge is completely shut down except for cattle or human traffic that can go through that, single file. So again, by declining that CDOT, it allows to expedite the project, by engineering this to county road standards and state standards, but not to the extent of over engineering. So these two basically engineering services, I'll do County Road 5 first. We asked SGM to give us a scope of work based on a full replacement of CR5 Burke Bridge. And the total on that engineering phase of it would be $316,600. So that would cover project management meetings, development and field work, preliminary design, final design, right-of-way plans, easements, and design phase completion and bid phase service. So that gets us through that project, and they will expedite this to try and get it back to us as quick as possible. So again, that's for the Burke Bridge full replacement versus repair.
You know, as quick as possible. Is that a month? Is that?
That is quick as possible. I can get yes. So I will confirm with them what they expect the timeline. I do think they're going to try and expedite it as quick as possible. So then for County Road 17, this is for just a repair rather than a full replacement on County Road 17. And the scope of work for that particular task order would be project management meetings, the feasibility study, and a final design for a total of $20,000. And again, as soon as possible. So that does allow us to kind of go a little bit faster. We signed our agreement with SGM, who is a state accepted provider. And so they can just get this done for us without having to go out to bid. Under the CDOT process, we could not engage an engineer without going out to a nationwide bidding process, evaluation by CDOT. It just takes that timeline and goes exponentially long.
And did we make it clear that 17 is in front of 5?
Well,
Just offer.
yeah, we originally submitted that 5 was in front of 17, but I can clarify with them.
Because our time will be better served the other way.
I will let them know to switch that up.
We get 17 designed first and we make a decision. It's gonna take a lot longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will let them know. And I'm sure they can put those because they haven't started that piece of it at all yet. So
Yeah, I think the reason that they prioritize 5 is because if it goes out, if we can't use that, it drops. And that completely, the whole Piance Creek, they're gonna have to go around the other way and all the way through. So it's like a 60-some mile difference in trip. And this bridge is kind of on the cusp right now where it could go out at any time. I think economically, it's more important to the county for the ability for everybody to be able to go up Piance Creek on that side versus 17 where it's an inconvenience, but you can get around a lot sooner and a lot faster. And that was my understanding in the meeting. I participated in the meeting with SGM, the road and bridge, and the Tina was there.
and I don't think there's going to be a long delay between the two. I think the engineering is going to be, again, I don't think it'll take that long. I guess when the engineer is here doing 17 or 5, either way, they're probably going to see the other one at the same time and be working on those pretty close together.
Yeah.
So, of course, it'll be more in depth for County Road 5 because of you're actually doing a full replacement rather than a small repair.
That could be, especially because that up there is sheep country. And so there's gonna, and they already have a tremendous amount of bear trouble, coyote trouble, so. With those wolves there, that's gonna be our best way to help our producers is to be sure that if they are having wolf trouble, that it is called wolf, not bear line. Even though bear line, they have to compensate them. But they don't have to compensate them for that animal, not any production costs, losses, or anything like that. So
Just when we did this, in this coalition I was talking about, there is some hot and cold. There's people that really don't like what we did, and there's some people that really like what we did. And some of the issues were, the CPW has to be involved to get paid anyway.
that's true.
And so,
Yeah.
you said that you went and looked at 10 depredations. Was CPW ever called?
Yes, actually, they called me. I get along really good with
I
our
know
local.
you, that's,
So, in this, they really, as far as I know, want me involved. Because, I've said it before, and I'm not bragging, but I have years and years and thousands of investigations under my belt. So some of them I went out just at the producers, inquiry, and if it wasn't, if it's not wolf related, if it's a coyote for say, because CPW doesn't compensate ranchers for coyote depredations. But if I thought it was a bear or mountain lion, then I would have to contact them because yes, they, in the end, for all compensation, they write the check. The way it's worked up till now, a lot of these depredations, the producer just contacts me directly. I go up and then I text the game warden and said, yeah, it's a bear, or yeah, it's a lion. And then they don't even have to go.
well, that's,
Wolf.
and that's what I've tried to explain to this coalition is that we've got a special situation here where those guys get along so well with you that you actually save them a lot of time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I have to go anyway.
Yeah.
It's my job to, determine what's going on and solve the problem. So yeah, the wolf though, because it's a special, species, endangered, and that the compensation package is so much different than bear and lion, and there's so much scrutiny. I've had a lot of discussions with our local game warden DWMs, and we're going to try to go together. There's going to be places though that I'll get called out, with say a sheep herder, a Peruvian sheep herder, and thinks it's a bear. I'll get there first after the herder, and then I'll determine no, it's not. And then I'll have to contact Fish and Game. Now, whether this kind of leads, we've been working on an MOU for 3 years with CPW, CDA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Wildlife Services for this very thing. Up till now, they've kind of been holding us off from doing anything.
well,
The MOU's it's been signed by both federal agencies, ours and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, and it's sitting in CPW and has been for 3 weeks. But in that MOU, and I assume it's going to get signed, it does allow for me to do wolf investigations.
the
I know it's
Well,
such
I
a
know what- I know what-
politically charged environment.
Can you explain a little bit for me and the public, if Bobert and Hurd and those guys are successful getting this delisted, what's that gonna do to the state of Colorado? Is that gonna help us or hurt us?
I don't think it's going to change Colorado a bit as long as CPW follows the plan that they have in place for wolf reproduction. That plan was all approved for and the authorization given to Colorado by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They are endangered species. If that status endangered federally goes away, they're still a Colorado state endangered species. Still, basically, those rules mimic U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service rules. So unless the legislature goes back or the Wildlife Commission and changes the reintroduction plan and takes that 10J rule out, which is the only lethal take of wolves at this point, unless CPW issues a permit, they could become, if they change the plan, they could become fully protected by the state rather than feds.
Does that, how does that change the punishment and enforcement from the feds to the state? Is it less?
It would be, that I couldn't tell you. It would not be a federal investigation, like all the stuff, the wolves dying and all that stuff, not the conflict, not the depredations. Those are all handled by CPW. But if a wolf dies for any reason, it's a federally led investigation.
Yeah.
If the Endangered Species Act protection goes away federally, then it becomes a Colorado issue. And I don't know what most states pretty much mimic the feds, fines and prison terms, but I don't know that if Colorado, I don't know.
If they're an endangered species, why, when they cross the Colorado line into Wyoming, they can shoot them and not have any consequences?
So the battle with the wolves is the delisting, relisting battle that's been going on since they considered them recovered in the late 90s, right? They hit their population numbers 30 years ago. And then the federal government tries to delist them, said we've made our goal, but then they get sued. So this constant back and forth. Well, they ran a bill for Wyoming, Idaho, and Montana, which were the 3 states most affected by wolves when they originally released them in Yellowstone and Idaho. Federally, their senators, they pushed a bill through similar, almost exactly the same what Bobert's trying to do, is to federally delist these wolves. They're recovered without any chance or opportunity to have an activist judge or a lawsuit come in and stop it and relist them. So that puts the wolf under state management. Those states, they said, we have enough wolves. We're going to actively hunt them, trap them. Wyoming, in order to get state management, they had to agree to a certain number of wolves. They took the greater Yellowstone area and made it Yellowstone Park itself is off limits to hunt wolves. Around that, they made it a trophy area, so it's very little hunting opportunities. You got to draw for the tag. Outside of that, 85% of Wyoming is the predator zone, where wolves or varmints, you don't have to have a license at all to kill them. Anybody. Out of staters, so they're considered a varmint in this predator zone, which is 85% of the state, and they have the numbers. They got their base numbers of wolves, almost double actually, and so they consider that's a success up there, and it really is. I mean, and Montana and Idaho did it a little different. They don't have a predator zone there. Wolf hunting and trapping is statewide managed, but so back to that, if Overt Bills passes and they delist the wolf nationwide, then it's going to be Colorado state managed, just like bears, lions, except they're going to be considered endangered in Colorado until they hit their 150 wolf to 200 wolf threshold. In the plan, it says that's when their status changes to threaten. That, according to the plan, will allow for more active management. And we're talking lethal management.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so that, that could be 2 years from now. So,
And if we follow the plan.
yeah. The commission adopted the plan, Wildlife Commission. So, and they've changed the plan. They've changed the compensation plan. And so if there was a political will to change the wolf reintroduction plan, they could, like these other states like California, they're having tremendous amount, they're fully protected endangered species, so there's no lethal thing. Also, they're having. I hope it doesn't go that way. by 26, we'll hopefully have a different political environment as far as, wolves go, but it's not going to be a lot different. So anyway, we talked about Grand County Sheriff's Deputy is going to come over and we're going to spend a little time. I know it's controversial because a lot of people look at it like, well, you don't trust CPW. Well, in the end, when this becomes a, countywide, Western Slope-wide problem, they're going to need all hands on deck. And they're going to want everybody available to help.
Yeah, the meeting, the other day, they were having a really hard time with, they had a depredation in, Pitkin. And it was 48 hours before they had anybody come look at it, or before they would come look at it. And by then, all the evidence was gone. All the other animals took it, and there was nothing there when they got
That's going to be the issue here. We have so many bears,
And
so
that's
many coyotes that,
the perception of the ranchers is that they're doing that on purpose.
yeah, I mean, that happens. It happens a lot. I basically am, and I've always been at this time of year when everything's so busy, it's 7 days a week, as many hours, that's the way our operations always ran. We're always available, unless I'm not around or something, but it is going to be a challenge, and everybody's going to have wolfitis, which is kind of happening. That's why I think a lot of these producers are calling. They're like, man, that's just, them. And so, everybody's going to know about that deal over there, and every dead sheep and every dead calf and everything that hits the ground over there is going to be a wolf, called a wolf. So there's going to be a lot of angst over it.
There is. So Justin, would there be value? Because a few of the guys have attended meetings, but not a lot, where they talked about this is what a wolf kill would look like. Would there be value in you doing a training for stock growers and wool growers to say, you guys can make an informed call on this as to whether you need to call us or
Yeah,
not,
we've
if you
done-
do that?
Leading up to this point, we've done quite a bit of training, PowerPoint stuff with both the wool growers and the stock growers here. And of course, Lenny's been through,
Yeah.
all those wool presentations. We do and can, and have told them the first person on the scene, whether it be a sheep herder or a cowboy or the livestock, is going to collect the best evidence.
Yep.
Just like you say, if it's the next day before I can get there, or
Pictures.
yeah, pictures with something to scale it by, right? You
Mhm.
just take a picture of a track.
Right.
It's worthless.
Yeah.
So we've done a lot of that. We've done a lot of talking about this is what you need to look for. This is the evidence you need to collect. And then having GPS coordinates are, very helpful when I go to try to find it, so. But yeah, I think not that we won't continue to do that stuff. But that evidence is going to be called anecdotal by CPW. I mean, it's going to be in consideration, but I think it's going to have to be an agency person that's going to, and CPW it's their call whether they call it.
Right,
I mean,
And-
they're going to have to look through the evidence.
right. I was just thinking to maybe help, let's make an assumption we're gonna have lots of calls.
Yeah.
And so let's not be calling on things that is an obvious coyote kill
Well, if
or
it's a
bear
big-
kill.
big old dried out piece of hide and some bones, you can't determine.
Right.
Even like say 48 hours, if you get 2 or 3 bears eating on it, even if they didn't kill it, there's not gonna be much left. There's some things you can look for. But, if you're not there within 24 hours, it's gonna be and the way the cattlemen run their operations, different than sheepmen, they got somebody, the sheep guys have somebody there 24/7. The cowboys generally not, they push their cows in a pasture, they put out salt, they ride through, once a week, twice a week, whatever. But so if they got trouble, it may be a wild one before they know it.
Before they knew it, yeah.
And 2, before we can get there in a timely manner to see what exactly it is. But my experience, like wolves and bears and stuff, when they really get after cattle, they're gonna know it right away. Those cowboys are gonna go up there and their cows are all gonna be back at the ranch.
Yeah.
They're gonna blow through all the gates and they're gonna be standing down there at the ranch wanting in the corral. So that's stuff we talk about when we go to these meetings and we talk about wolves and that kind of, so.
How many range riders are there in the county? Do you know?
I think, that program's, they had, what I heard, they just had a training down here, rifle. I think they had a bunch of people quit already. So I don't know. There's is her name Shelby. In Rangely. Now she worked for Colorado Department of Agriculture, but she would be one.
Not to interrupt, I
Sure.
apologize. I think officially CPW hired one for our region. They can be relocated on an as needed basis. But I think including Shelby, our county would have two.
Yeah.
Officially, CPW released this morning. They noted they're fully staffed, but I thought the original initiative was to hire 12. They have 11 hired.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. I got mixed feelings. Wildlife Services has dozens and dozens of range riders in these other states.
Interesting.
I think their best thing is if they're, if they get out there and look around, is just being able to find these kills, in a timely manner to where we can actually determine what's doing it. I don't see them in this country chasing the wolf off, yelling loud enough or peeing on enough bushes to keep the wolves away. That's one of their deals, so I think their best use is going to be to just be eyes out there and, just stumble around till, they come across the kill. Because this country is tough. It's big country and no roads, so. And then, should we talk turkey vultures?
Let's do.
So we went actually through the city council, and when Bill DeBurgi was still area manager, they approached us about doing turkey vulture removal or at least moving them from these roosting sites, like these big trees. And so we can do it. They're actually doing it at Craig right now with Wildlife Services. So there's a couple of ways to do it. You can actually try to move the roost, which is going to move it to another part in town, or remove the vultures. That's a much more difficult and publicly, basically, we could get a permit to kill them, kill as many as it takes before they leave. The public really doesn't like that. Another way, and what's very successful, is you kill one and then hang him in these trees, and those other ones are going to leave. You come back, then you shoot another one. They're called effigies, right? It's like these big scary men, or big tire where you see the blow up dolls and whatever all that stuff is. So anyway, Wildlife Services has a permit where we can remove a few. You guys, as the county, can apply for a permit where you could remove up to whatever, and it goes through us. We're the ones that come out and say, okay, it looks like we need to remove 10 or 20 or whatever. But it is possible to do it. And it's effective. The thing, if you move the roost, though, they're just going to go to another part of town, find another big spruce tree.
And then can you follow them
With
though
their
and go there too?
landowner permission.
Right, with their permission. If they
Yeah.
don't want them,
And
then
I'd
they
have to
can.
get a permit from the city, we'd have to go to the city, get a permit to start a firearm in the city,
Okay,
which isn't a big deal.
Right.
I mean, it's.
okay. So Mike, so my issue has come up. I'm sitting over here on this side and I look out here and they are killing these trees out here pretty
And they will.
significantly. And so what
Like I
do we
said,
want?
we're doing,
Keep our trees longer or
Yeah.
do we want to get rid of some birds?
If I might, and just, and maybe this is a question. I thought we had heard something about their feces dropping down from the tree down to the ground can be,
well, it can
Bad.
carry, I can't remember but it can carry diseases. It's
Mhm.
not good.
The
And
little
their
big
feces is so acidic that it basically just kills the tree.
Mhm.
you know, over years and years. But like say, if you move the roost, they're gonna go somewhere else.
Mhm.
And if you keep moving them long enough, then they'll go down on the river where they should be anyway, in those big cottonwoods. But they like the protection of these evergreens,
Mhm.
right? They get in there and nobody can see them.
My concern is we had a case of E. coli where a little child had evidently fallen in some kind of feces and gotten E. coli poisoning. Is that the similar thing that?
It could
This
be, and then this
this is a
avian flu
public-
we're hearing so
Oh,
much about
thought about that.
is brought in and out by these migratory birds.
Hmm.
Mostly it's the starlings and the, you know, in these big like egg laying houses, and it's mostly, but it's carried by ducks. But any bird can carry the avian birds, Canada geese. So there is a chance that these could be infected with, you know, this, they call it high path, but it's a big deal right now because it's directly related to the price of eggs. So it's a huge thing within USDA that probably saved my job, because Wildlife Services is the agency that goes in these big breeding houses and these big egg laying houses and does these wildlife assessments. Tells them, well, this is what you got to do. You got sparrows crawling in here. You can't have that. And so, and then if it comes down to killing the chickens, it's Wildlife Services.
It does. I would like to seriously investigate doing something with them instead of waiting to kill our trees. And we can do that. Don't have to do it
We
right
can
now,
have a
but I think.
workshop if you want. I can bring, there's not much more. I mean, there's a bunch of public, it's real common across the nation, especially back east with their black-headed buzzards back there.
Hmm.
Black vultures, they're really tough. There's thousands of them. But it's real common to be able to move them. It's not very common. And you can do the same thing with like a raven and crow. Roosting side if you don't want them there. But it just does move the problem,
Mhm.
especially in town to somebody others evergreen trees, but
And I get that when we start seeing wolves and the lion and all that, I mean, all that stuff is probably more critically important, but.
it's
too,
something
so-
that can be done, and it's not a huge
Fine.
involvement of
Think-
time.
okay.
Like I said, it's just a matter of they make fake effigies, they use black pipe and a set of wings, and but nothing works better than the real thing.
Real
So
deal.
I, you know, the reality, I'd probably have to shoot a couple, take some string and pull them up in those trees, and then a few days of that, it'll be
Maybe we do a work session and invite both towns and
Mhm.
just do it all
Yeah.
all at once, and then,
Yeah.
because I know in Rangeley too, there's some issues in our park over there, so.
All right.
I think that's all I have to report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate all your work
Yeah.
and long hours right
Yeah.
now. And for the next couple months.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are moving on to line item O.
I think that's me, I'm just being slow. So I would move to ratify contract modifications 1, 2, and 3 for the Meeker Airport Waterline Project. Mr. Eric. Oh, oops, better have.
Second, please.
I have a motion in a second. We have Eric here to update us on this.
Yeah, so, we've completed the water line project out at the Meeker, Airport. These 3 change orders, one was the, capping sleeve we had designed for an 8-inch water line. After uncovering the water main, it was 12-inch. Elevated excavating helped us out with having resources, you know, to provide that 12-inch water tap instead of the 8-inch as designed, and we were able to return that in our procurement package and get reimbursed for that. The second was, we knew that we needed to install 2 meter pits for the property owners that we received easements from. They weren't included in the original bid documents because we were not certain exactly where they were going to be located. We would do it as the project went on, and we coordinated with the property owners. We agreed to locate those and add those that work to elevated excavating. We're happy to do that work. And then the last was the contract documents had us seeding and using straw to lay down for replanting where we disrupted the ground from the shopping trail through the airport property. Given our high winds and conditions right now, it was determined that it would be a safety issue to have a bunch of straw and everything strung across the airport property. So it was better, more efficient for us to go to hydro seeding or hydro mulching. So those are the three contract lots for it.
What was the total of those three?
And you were asked the total. So contract mod one was $2,032.41 for the capping sleeve. Contract two was $3,021.90 for the installation and supply of meter pits. And contract three was $6,000 for the change from seeding and straw to hydro mulching.
Thank you, Eric. That project went pretty slick and smooth.
We were very happy with it.
Thank you. John, will you please call the roll?
Richmond.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Aye. We removed line item P, moving on to line item Q.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve the consideration of signing a non-criminal justice agency user agreement for CJIS Systems Access. This gives Carmen McKay the ability to do background checks through the FBI and CBI.
I second.
So I have a motion and a second. So I still have questions on this, and I want to understand why we're needing additional access to these programs.
These aren't additional, these are access to programs that we've already had. Typically, it's always been done by the director. Kiowa County is done by this person who's been the director of signing them and going into them. They're basically required before we can place, and I think this has always been the way, at least for many years. Houses, putting a foster and kinship care home that we used to put kids in. If there's certain crimes that have been committed by anybody in the house, either one, we can't put them there, or two, we have to go back to the court and say, hey, there's these issues, but they're older, there's reasons that we're going to place, we'd want to place the kids there anyway. That's how we know what the backgrounds, criminal backgrounds for either kinship, foster care placement that we have to make in a quick turnaround basis. And there's two different statutes that we have to comply with. I think it's 196307 and 196308. I don't have those, so I could be misquoting that. But they basically, if you have a sexual assault on a child, or if you have a child abuse of a certain nature, there's other crimes that if they're less than 5 years old, that you can't place a kid there. Others that if they're less than 10 years old, that you can't place a kid there. So we have to run those on everybody that we're going to place a kid with, make sure we comply with those statutes. And then if we want to place a kid, if it's a family member that we think the safety concerns are mitigated, and we can ask the judge for special grounds to allow us to place them anyway, which we don't do very often, but sometimes that doesn't apply to itself. So those are those are the ones that we always have the ability to do.
So what has prompted needing, because before you always just called law enforcement and had them do the background check. What has prompted this to wanting to give it to another person within Rio Blanco County?
Well, the ability to call law enforcement to get these checks versus having them ourselves that we run, that we're able to do is a couple of different things. One, it's more convenient. And then the second, law enforcement doesn't like to do these for us anymore because of the issues raised in that. I've noticed that in other areas as well. So the ability to just call up and get law enforcement to do it becomes a lot more difficult than just having the director have access to it. And I know that it's been director driven for the last several years. I don't know how long.
So, another question, sorry if you
No,
guys
you're
have,
fine. You know it better than I do.
has she already gone through all of the training that they require?
And Carmen's here, so I'll have her come.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't see you back there.
That's okay.
I know my glasses, I'm struggling today. And seeing anybody.
You don't know who might be sitting by.
Kelsey and I are the two people on this one because she's the supervisor of our child offer. We just got our access to do the training. So we're getting those done. We didn't have access to the training, actual training side.
So I talked with Anthony, and was asking him some questions about it, and he actually redirected me to Ronnie. And so Ronnie and I had a conversation, and she had, one of the questions was what prompted all of this coming forward, because again, back in my day, we just called law enforcement. Ronnie said the one thing that's changed since probably when I did it is 911 now has that access, where before they didn't, and I did rely on law enforcement to give you that information. And so Ronnie and I had a conversation, and I'm still where I get nervous about it is it's a huge liability to the county as well as to you personally if that information is misused, misrepresented in any way that somebody could come back on you and sue you personally. And that's where and the county. And so that's where I get nervous. And so Ronnie said, why aren't they calling 911? So is it law enforcement that's not sharing the information, or is it 911 that's not sharing the information?
And I don't know what we're
Yeah.
talking about there because I've never heard of doing it through 911. That's
Yeah.
not anything I've ever seen. And then when we come in.
What was that?
Just through dispatches
internal. Yeah.
Oh, through dispatch. Sorry, I shouldn't have said 911. No, you're right.
When I go to the judge and I say, hey, I need the special disposition to place a kid to this home, that they've got this thing, the judge wants to look at it. They don't. And from my understanding, when you call law enforcement, they won't give it to you. It's a verbal. And this one actually allows Carmen to do that. Liability wise, it's no different than any of the other confidential information that we have to have. We can be sued if any of it gets misused and misplaced. It's got to be kept, and I've already talked to Carmen about it. It's got to be kept in our secure files. We have to take due care to do that the same way we do reporting party information, the same way we do other information that's required by law to remain confidential. And Carmen knows that they've got a duty to keep all of that confidential anyway. And I don't see the substantial addition to liability versus what we have. I mean, we work with confidential things on a daily basis. With all of our cases, we do not release that information. In fact, one of the things I always tell the caseworkers very directly, when we go to hire them, if there's a breach of that confidentiality, that is the end of the job. I mean, it's one of those things that we don't mess with because it's so important. And the same thing, if it gets released or misused, then the department, whoever does that, out of the job. I mean, immediately, we're not going to give second chances on that type of information or any of the other confidential information that we have to have. A deliberate or misuse of it for release in that manner, it's an actionable thing, and it does. It absolutely should have liability for somebody who misuses it. And we have a certain amount of governmental immunity that we have when if we have to use it for a legitimate purpose and somebody grabs it and misuses it, then we're immune under the Governmental Immunity Act under those circumstances. So it would take somebody from the department to apply that. They all know that if they do that, that's the end of their job. Same way with any other company.
So one of the examples that Ronnie gave me, she said that even when they are doing a background check on somebody on their computer, nobody else can be in that room with them. It has to just be the one person. And because if somebody else is in there, so like if you're sharing offices, that's going to be a no-no. Because she said if somebody walks by, sees that information, that's us releasing that information at that point. So I guess, and I have some questions for Trevor too. Because, and so the question that she asked me is, could we possibly try the dispatch way first, where because dispatch is 24/7, and getting that information from dispatch versus going down this road right now. And if that doesn't work, then we need to have this conversation again.
Because I need that printout to go to the judge if I have to take it to court.
Will you call me, please? Sorry.
And they do it differently. And
Sure.
That's the thing. They are law enforcement. They deal with it on the law enforcement side. We deal with it on the child welfare side. We don't get the same access they get. Our access is less. It's basically convictions in the areas that we're looking at where they can run the full criminal history of everybody that they need to for all the purposes that they need to do that. So ours is a little bit of difference on that. But I mean, I guess my question is given the fact that this is a state a septic program within the child welfare thing, why are we hamstringing our director here in making her step up through steps when anywhere else they go ahead and they run it, they have to maintain it, they have to do everything that we do with the other confidential. It doesn't really expand our risk or liability. And then there's more of a chance that things are going to go out if we have to call in 911 to get criminal checks and then not actually have those. Our liability could increase because we can't prove what was given to us by 911 on a burden. And this way we know what we have and that's contained in our secure files. So we can demonstrate that if we ever are seeking for a release or a missed opportunity. So it's a different system, it's a different setup, and it's used for a different purpose. And so that'd be my answer is why are we requiring to go through this system, which seems to me to be more risky to us with less security to do that than what we did. And I think that's why they come in-house where we don't rely on law enforcement anymore. And then we have the difficulty with when they get busy and we have something, an emergency placement that we have to do. We need that information now.
But that's all it's used for, is for out of home placement. And
Right.
There's nothing else being pulled or allowed for us, even if we wanted to, like go in there and just, we can't do that.
I could. So if I heard you right, your process is you, I guess, would go in and you would do a printout, and then that is taken to the judge. He has to see that document.
In those cases, most of the time it won't, because we'll disqualify the out-of-home placement because of the history.
Yeah.
Those would only go to the judge on those rare circumstances when we're on the cusp, where we're like a 10-year violation of the assault on the child. And so it's not gone within the 10 years. There's extenuating circumstances that we know about. And so we asked the judge, okay, we know that technically under this statute, we can't place them there without the court's permission. And this is why we believe the court ought to give us permission to place the children at this home. So it's rare that we would do that.
Go to the
When we
judge.
do it, we have
So most cases then, if it's obviously fine, no issues there, that's an easy call.
Yeah.
If it's obviously it doesn't work, that's your call. It's if it gets in this gray
Yeah.
area
Yeah.
that it would become questionable and you would have to go to the judge with it.
Right.
Trevor. So, opening this up, because you're the one that has to kind of man in the background, this access, what does that create for you?
Currently, to manage the CGIS information security in the sheriff's office, we maintain a between our network and the state for that access. We have to create. And then, of course, we have training for ourselves so that we can manage that connection. There are some facilities requirements too, like you have to be behind block doors.
Yes,
Yeah. There's some other requirements like that too. Sure. And access it outside of that. In the sheriff's office, it's real easy because it's a PC, not a laptop. Sits in the room and secure. Laptop, it's a little harder to back. So I'm not sure how we.
So maybe having a desktop that stays in this double locked room, that then, having one on either side of the county, because it sounds like you guys are also working on Kelsey's, but it would be there and they would have to physically go into the office to get that information that's pretty much logged down by your system.
Right.
Okay.
And then we'd also have to make sure that there's annual audits. So we'd have to make sure that you have, there'd be a whole new set of policies that you need to write, and make sure that we're following. And I have to.
So who would be, because Ronnie mentioned the audits to me too, do you know if Ronnie would be the one having to do those audits? Because it sounded to me like she is like that main holder, so to speak, even though there's these different users, and or is it a separate audit?
It would just be DHS.
Ours would be a separate audit
Yeah.
from the law enforcement. It would be, they would come down. They can run your history. I've got access to the various things. It's not as in depth as this, but I can access, through being a county attorney for DHS, I've got access. I can do the JPOD's backdoor system. And I've got authorization for that. But they can run everything that I've done. So if it looks like I have ran somebody that doesn't have a legitimate DHS need, they can come back and nail me to it. And I'm very careful when I use it, what I use it for, that I can demonstrate that this is an ongoing case, or if it's not an ongoing case, this is somebody we're considering for something. I don't have the same access that this has. Mine's in-state convictions only. And then, of course, and mine's based on, I don't have the NCIC codes that will allow me to go nationwide or anything like that. But for myself, I know exactly what I have to do. I know I have to go to training, specific training for that, and everything else, and research in order to maintain my access.
How long does the training take before you're done and can have the access?
I believe it's like, there's 2 trainings and they're about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Online, the online training.
Mine's about 2 hours long.
Okay. But you won't even get access until you've gone through those trainings.
Yeah, we'll have, yeah, everything's set up and ready for myself.
And I can't run it for those purposes myself. So they can't call me and ask me to run it because one, my access isn't broad enough. And two, that's not part of what
Yeah.
my authorization's for.
Yours is more for the county attorney component.
Right,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
legal side.
yeah, and they're very specific, but, it's not like, hey, we just want to run just to see what this person
Right.
is or not. And they do monitor that.
Yeah.
Like what he was saying, if something weird is like, wait, why are you doing this? And we get kind of alerted, like, what's going on?
And I just got a message from Kelsey that basically talks about the system. She can't search for random person.
Yeah.
It has to be somebody that we or have a case on. So they're limited in who they can run even.
Very specific. It's not like a wide open database that we could just,
Right. Okay. Do you guys have any?
No, I'm good.
No, I think that, the state has got that system locked up pretty good where I feel secure with it. They maintain it and have policed it really well. It's like any of those databases, they control how much you see and what you see, and they can see all of it.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
John, will you please call the roll?
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Moving on to line, okay, we got line item R. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was you leaving. Did we get this contract for
I
CCAP?
haven't seen it come through yet, so I'm hoping by today.
And I haven't seen it come through, and they were gonna send it to the BOCC.
Yeah,
I just checked about 5 minutes ago and it still has not come in, even though they had we confirmed
yeah.
yesterday again
Yeah.
that they had the correct signature. And they said
Or
that
the email address.
email address, not signature, sorry. And it still is not there. So
So hopefully by this week.
So maybe what we do is do the motion, but then table it because we don't have the contract yet.
I just make a motion to table it until we have the contract.
I actually looked that up because Dawn had brought this up last time. We have to make a motion and have a motion on the floor and seconded. And then we can motion to table it. And then that motion is still on the floor until it gets brought back. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So nice short one. I like it. I would move approving the CCC AP. Only one A, just for the record. I'll start with CCC AP fiscal year 26.
I'll second that.
So I have a motion.
Just call it CCAP.
CCAP.
There's 3 Cs.
Yes.
Double CCAP.
I have a motion and a second. We don't have the contract yet, so if one of you will make a motion to table it till.
Motion to table it until we get a contract.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to table it till we have the contract. Sean, will you please call the roll?
Scritchfield.
Aye.
O'Hare.
All right, now we are going to move on to line item S. We are going to have a discussion and direction to staff on central location for all county policies. So,
Madam Chair,
yes,
could I just ask the possibility of switching things? I know our folks from Fiance have been here for a while.
oh, yes,
Thinking this might take a little bit.
yes.
Can we switch that up? I know it's a public hearing. Can we move it on the agenda?
Yeah, there's not a time.
Yeah, it doesn't say what time.
No, it doesn't give a time. So yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Okay. So, sorry, we'll come back to this. Thank you for bringing that up. We are gonna skip resolutions for right now, go back to it and go to public hearings, line item 7, and talking with line item A, discussion and possible decision regarding the dissolution of voting precinct number 5. So I know, Sean, you had brought this to us last month.
A while ago, yeah.
Couple, yeah.
So we just had some voters concerned with anonymity when they're voting, especially when we, do the results by precinct. Normally in our, voting, it's 10% is when we have to, like, if there's less than 10% of people voting, we have to then hide information for any core requests, any of that, we have to keep that part. We have, for example, we have some people that are up on, close to Route County. And, they're literally half a mile away from Route County, but they're still in Rio Blanco. They pay into the school districts up there because their kids go to that school district, but yet they will come down and do stuff. It's a very weird situation how it is, but we have to take away information there so that they can't be, their anonymity is safe for that. So we had some people come in and ask what we need to do, or if it's a consideration, because it is up to the commissioners to want to be able to just, take this away from them.
Right, so when you say there's a 10% threshold,
Mhm.
is precinct 5 met that threshold to where it should go away or shouldn't?
There are, precinct 5. There are 68 total registered voters. Sorry, there are 52 registered voters and 11 that are not, they're just inactive right now. But they could be active if they wanted to, put their information back in. But the active voters right now, so. Sorry, 57. There's 57 active voters. I'm sorry. And then 11 inactive voters. So a total of 68 voters in that precinct.
Okay.
So we'll open it up to, unless there's any more that you guys have, I'll open it up for public comments now. And I know we have some folks here that are from precinct 5. So if you guys want to come up and if you'll please state your name and address, please.
Stephanie Oldland, 14667 County Road 5. Sneaker Bible.
I'm Jerry Oldland, same address.
So could I ask Sean a question? Out of those 57, how many actually voted? No,
I don't have that information right in front of me.
I have observed, not this past election because I couldn't find it, but the election before, I looked at the statistics for our county. And you can pretty well tell how we vote because mostly the Piants Creek people vote. And I was chairman of that precinct. It was mostly just the people on the creek that voted. The people on Highway 13 really didn't vote at that time, but that's been 8 years ago, I guess. I turned that over. So since this is such a small county and we all know everyone, it causes hard feelings when we know both people running, Callie and then Regas, the last time, and they knew who we voted for. I'm sure you did. So I would feel better. And I think it also would give us a better idea that caucuses would be better. We have like 4 people that come to our caucus meeting and we don't get to hear from the candidates. And I think we would be better informed if we could go to a bigger caucus. and be in a bigger precinct. And then the anonymity is my biggest concern.
So just to be clear, you're in favor of us doing away with precinct 5?
Yes, I asked Sean how we could do that way. And I did talk to some of the other people on the creek and asked them if they were opposed to doing that, and I didn't have any negative.
How many people did you ask?
I think 6.
Good.
Basically the ones that I knew that participate in that caucus and participate in.
And you did send letters to all of them, letting them know, okay.
And I touched base with several that said they had received. I thought there might be more people here.
Speak to me about it, but
Okay,
I
yeah,
think
they had
everyone.
said you guys were one of them. You had received them. I sent a couple of others that so they did all get them, or at least some of them got them.
I think most.
Yeah.
I think most. I think we only had 5 returned, and they were 2 I know for sure were wrong addresses, and we resent them back out. We didn't get those back, so 3 returned back to us, and we had no forwarding address or anything. Didn't even know the names. Yeah, had no idea.
This is wonderful. We've got a public meeting that is pretty straightforward and not a lot.
How'd you go?
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, just because they're at the same residence, that doesn't count. So yes, sir.
Still, I'm in favor of dissolution of the district. I don't know what it costs. Maybe cheaper for the county to not have this meeting again.
This time. Which is
What
not.
do we need about?
So can we make a motion, or do we have so many days that we're supposed to wait before we make a decision?
No, I think after the meeting concludes, after the public hearing concludes, I think you can make the motion to do or whatever it is you want to do.
They have to do a resolution consolidating.
Oh, they do.
You do have to do a resolution consolidate, and this is from Dwight Shellman at Secretary of State's office. He's fabulous, but he said that you have to adopt a resolution consolidating the precinct with the low voter county with an adjacent precinct. So in our case, the adjacent, I'm sure you know, but I want to make sure that you guys see what we're talking about. So it would be 3 that would take in those 5 precinct. It would go, because 1 and 2 is over Rangeley, 3 and 5 would be right in the middle, and 4 is the other side. Rio Blanco.
How do the numbers work there? Do the numbers work with that?
It's fine. That does not affect the commissioner districts because we've already adjusted those
Yeah.
for the 20.
Yeah, I was just
21.
wondering if the numbers in this 1, 2, 3, 4 are approximately the same, or is there a disparity in the?
It's pretty tight. I can get you those exact numbers though. I can definitely email that to you. But it's only, like I said, there's only 62 or 68 that are gonna go up into that, so it won't be.
I'd be interested to see what's in each. And is that the reason they set them up like this, was population?
That I don't know, Doug. I know that, with precincts, you guys make them, the commission, not you guys, but the commissioners before you made these and set these up. What their reasonings are, I don't know.
It's probably just because Pian's Creek was so special.
Well, and again, I think Doug and I spoke about it.
It's a long ways away.
More populated, like there was a lot of people down there. And then when the oil and gas kind of dwindled, everything else dwindled. People are getting older and moving away, and
When this precinct came about, it was when Brennan was commissioner.
They had voting down there back in the 50s, I think. Norma used to talk about the parties they would have They would vote at the rock school and then afterwards, they would have a dance or something and then, they would have to bring the boxes to town. But it used to be quite the social event, but there were a lot of ranchers and a lot of hired hands and oil people down there at that time.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
So it sounds like we need to go out of the hearing and then,
No, we'll do a resolution. She'll have to do a
Okay, that's
resolution,
right.
so
You gotta
then
do
she'll just put it on the
Yep,
next
the next-
agenda.
The next one.
Yeah.
Yes, if
I
that's
do
okay.
want to say, I think we were the first precinct that did write-in ballots to begin with. We requested that they were all write-in instead of having voting at the school. Oh, we did write-in ballots. We asked for those.
Do you remember when you did that, when that came about?
70s or 80s, maybe quite a while ago, maybe later than, I don't know, the years. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you guys.
yes,
Yeah.
thank you for coming up.
Good to see you in action. Yes.
Well, you're welcome to stay. We'll be here a while longer.
So we are moving out of the public hearing, going back to but before we do that, I want to take a break.
Well, and I had a question. You want us to, get a resolution together to consolidate the polling place and stuff? New
I would say yes.
Yeah,
polling
yeah.
place for that whole district, so the new District 3 or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll get that ready.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay, so we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. So back at
Will you push the record button again to make it stop?
and direction to staff on a central location for all county policies. So I know I asked for this to be put on the agenda so that we could have a discussion about where we want to keep all county policies in one location. And one of the questions that I have is, I don't know what that looks like, because I know Laura talked to me about, the possibility with some of her stuff. And then we have, Carmen has her policies. Every department has all their different policies. And after we had that meeting with the AI company, I don't remember their names.
Madison, yeah.
Madison AI, I thought, would that be a location that we could keep all of our policies? And then when we do searches for different things, that it pulls up those policies, but that the whole county is part of that. I don't know if that's an option. It was just a thought that came into my head. And I know we had a few discussion on policies and getting them not only updated, and I know Kelly, you've been working on some policies. But that question seems to come up a lot of, do we have a policy? And so that if we had one location for everybody to access across the county, then maybe that question wouldn't come up as much. But you guys are out with any of that, what you've looked into outside of that Madison AI?
So Medicine AI really will search through anything that we give it access to. So again, the policy procedures that you could look at utilizing Madison AI is if we said, look at all the commissioners, go in and filter through and find those things that have been commissioner approved. But it wouldn't find, for instance, if that's what the search scope, it wouldn't necessarily find Trevor's IT policies. It wouldn't necessarily find some of the things we've done, whether ADA or Laura's policies or things like that. Now, it might find the major ones like the your employee handbook is adopted by the commissioners. The procurement policy was adopted by the commissioners. There are certain ones that the commissioners have adopted, and then others are procedures within the departments themselves. Like, what is our policy on renting the fairgrounds, for instance? That's not necessarily a commissioner approved process. That was more developed and said, is this going to be okay? So I think there's a variety of things that he could look at. I did talk with Eric, and he said, most of the policies that he has, that IT has, they already have on Google Drive. So it would be very easy to have maybe just set up a countywide folder with links to those other policies. So as Trevor changes a policy, the link would be updated and it would be in the central place. We have others that are just in paper. We have, like Don said, you don't want to necessarily have a policy or conflicting policies. We wouldn't know that until we actually put everything together. The LexiPoll is a company that is, soliciting us to say, look, you could do this through LexiPoll. That's what the sheriff uses for their policies and procedures. What that looks like, from my understanding, is it's one document with lots of different subheadings. That process itself, I sent you the quote on that, is very pricey. They will notify you of federal changes, not of state changes. So if there is, for instance, a federal statute that changes, they can, they'll say, okay, your paragraph, page 10 of this document is changed federally. So your FMLA Act, for instance, or something like that. If that changes, we will get notified of federal changes, not of state or local changes. In talking to the LexiPoll guy, I had a follow-up conversation with him, and he said, well, you could take all your policies and procedures and basically get them into one document. And someone at the county would be responsible for pulling those documents together and rewording them, or basically putting them into a single document. They wouldn't do that. So it's just kind of an idea of what, do we go the easiest route? And I'll defer to Trevor, is to have probably a shared drive folder and just drop those things in there. It doesn't help with the fact that something could be updated and it gets missed, because it is in a separate storage document. Or do we look at trying to really pull everything together?
And just, I thought they did state by state stuff too, Vicky. They don't?
No, he told me they do not do state changes. They
Interesting,
only
because I sure
federal.
thought he told us that day.
Cause I re-asked him
Okay.
that and he said,
Yeah.
no, they don't do state, they only do federal changes.
We don't want to pay attention to state anyway.
Um,
We'll make our own
and-
policy. Just kidding.
So even still though, it would be a benefit and that's why the sheriff's office does have that, when things change, they can update their records, but it is one place that they go for all their policies and procedures versus, again, they are very regulated and have to be that way just because of the, can't be waffling on things where this is much more.
And I'm familiar with them for law enforcement. Town of Springfield uses, the Baca County uses, the sheriff here uses, and so those, I know they do a good job with. I've never seen any other, like on county or a town or city level, policies on that. They're very formalized on it, but in the sheriff's arena or law enforcement arena, you have to be, because you're dealing with, those are the ones that are really important to have those things fine tuned and up to date at all times. Because if you don't, you're really looking at a substantial amount of liability for violations of these policies. Is if you violate a policy regarding, law enforcement and the way they treat suspects, prisoners, et cetera, use of force, that type of thing, the damages. Well, I have one that was almost $10 million one time, judgment against one of my counties on that. So it's really important to have those on the thing where our ordinary policies within the county usually don't have those, that kind of substantial implication. We don't follow a policy. We may get an audit thing or things like that.
We have like a cash handling policy. We have an agenda policy, when, people submit things to the, to be added onto the agenda, what does that look like? So, they are various all over. And I think probably IT and facilities probably, and I'm just guessing, has probably the most organized, that they could point you or they can search their records for particular policies and procedures and tell you when it was adopted and those kinds of things. I don't think that's the way it is with the majority of them, but whatever direction you would like to give.
I would like to see it all in a drive. And the way that this AI is working now, we can search whole drive or a folder and ask it for a policy on something and it will come up.
And you can do that already with your commissioner files from 2014 forward, I think 2014. If you put the word policy, it will take a while, but it does go through and find any time that on the commissioner's agenda, it said policy. Now, it doesn't tell you whether it was approved or not, so you'd have to then drill down in your commissioner records. That's just looking at the agendas and saying, did that word policy come up?
Yeah, but it would be just really handy to have a drive with all the policies right there, even broken down with menu or subs of where they're from. For me, it would be a lot faster to find.
And then we can even take and put a front end on that. So like, if all of the files are stored in Google Drive, it's just a massive area of folders and files. We can put Monday.com that we're using on the front end, or we can put up ChatGPT to it on the front end and either search or like in Monday, where we organize our files for operations, there's columns for who the approval body is. So whether that's IT and legal and HR or just IT or just for whatever approving body it is for that document. And then when it was approved, when it was last reviewed, when it was what state it's in right now. Is it need reviewed? Does it need adopted? Those kind of things. Those are all columns in Monday that we use to organize those files, but they're actually stored in Google Drive. But that doesn't give us the automatic notifications if NIST standards change in IT at a national level. That doesn't give us that notification. We still have to go out and pay attention.
I understand that, but that costs us a lot of money
It
to do
does.
that.
Mhm.
I'm sure
It's
that
pretty
that's
pricey.
beneficial.
But we do pretty good. I think we do pretty good at that anyways. We have to for the CGIS, CGI audits and stuff like that.
I would just encourage you, if we do this, to keep it simple.
Yeah.
Because The simpler it is, the more people will use it.
You've got law enforcement who's gonna be different anyway, and the DHS has a lot of specific and different policies that we don't want or need for the rest of the county, so maybe we have a subfolder for DHS.
Yeah.
And then the sheriff can participate if he wants to, but he has his own.
And we can manage,
Probably for his.
we can manage that with permissions. So we can create a folder that's
Yeah.
DHS county policies that everyone can see, and then there can be DHS internal policies that only DHS members can see.
That would be
People with
good.
permissions.
Most of it, it's, we get the policy out. It's more important not to give the information that the policy is intended to protect. But the DHS has got, their, internal policies regarding, a core request and request for rec and things like that are not the same as the core request that they submit to county court. Because we only give that information to specific classes of individuals and entity versus any public, a person who wants public information from the county can get it regardless of who they are. But we only allow certain people to get information from our case files.
But none of our policies themselves are the policy itself.
Yeah, the policy itself should be there.
Yeah.
And you can look at it and say, okay, that's why I can't get this information.
How many departments, I guess I had never thought about like that your department has to abide by some of these federal, national,
We do
Policies.
election policies.
Yeah.
or-
never had
Yeah.
processed that because my brain went immediately to DHS and I know those girls spend a lot of time trying to make sure that they're following federal versus state because the state now is in trouble with the feds because CCAP being a perfect example now, and the amount of time that your staff uses their time to go and research that so that they're doing that correctly in CBMS. And so I guess the question that I have is how many departments are we talking if we were to take a look at Lexipol, is how many would that benefit and how much time would that truly save some of the staff departments that have to follow these federal guidelines?
I think HR would be one that would, finance would probably be another, our emergency management, stuff, IT. DHS, of course, has different set of guidelines and rules for that. So that's at least 5 departments right there. Then we've got the state and federal elections, policies, our elections, plus your general record retention and all of that with, because they're different too. They have special statutes regarding.
Well, Lexipol won't have, because it's a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
that
not
state,
gonna happen.
a lot of your election stuff. is
Well,
state.
you stay, they'll just.
So it's statute and then state, we have the state law that we have, but then we have statute. We have
Okay.
to,
Well, there may be
Is
some
there,
that would work
is
on
there a
it.
way we could quantify that? To see if it would save us money or,
Or at least, okay, what does it take and what does it do? Because, if we're spending a lot of money on Lexipol for, now some things it might make sense with, but if we're doing it for something that's predominantly state law driven, and it doesn't do that, then it's probably not worth doing whatever module for that particular thing. And I think you can buy the modules. I've, like I said, I've only dealt with it on law enforcement side, but I suspect that you can do maybe an IT module and different thing.
Through Lexipol, like doing a la carte kind of a,
Yeah,
like
that's
we
what I
really
suspect. I
use it more in
never
that area.
explored it for anything other than law enforcement.
Yeah, cause, and I agree. I mean, it's a lot of money. And I want to be very, very careful with that. You're right. If it will save us money by everybody not having to go out and get stuff, I mean, can you rely on it to do that? So you wouldn't have to spend time on it. The other piece that they do is automatic training, different policies, whether it's sexual harassment or whatever, that really staff needs to be going through on an annual basis to protect the county. It will verify if somebody has done that, has reviewed it this year and so forth, then that's verified. And the other thing, I like the idea of putting it in just in our Google Drive kind of thing. And I guess the same thing could happen with Lexipol, however I say. But we start it and how do we maintain and be sure everybody keeps it up to date?
Right.
That's the challenge, is everybody moving it forward. You would do a spreadsheet that links to each one of those. Is that what I was hearing you say?
Essentially.
Because I was thinking after seeing what you had done for us in the natural resource stuff, you know, you can have a spreadsheet that has all of them listed, and then you click on this one and it takes you to the actual policy. I love that. So, and that could be, okay, and I liked what you said, it would have a date in there, so when it was last updated. That's a pretty easy way to make sure where things are at.
And you can even set those to notify you when it's time to review.
Cool. Very cool. So I guess, Doug, you're right. I think it's if there's a way we can quantify that, if there's value.
You know, there could be some value in that, in keeping them updated and out of a problem by not having the updated policies.
And that's again, it goes back to just the federal risk and I just pulled it back up to confirm, because I think he did tell us in our meeting that it was federal and state, but very clearly in their brochure, it just says policies based on federal laws and best practices,
Okay.
not state. So the other thing I'd caution against is we tried doing this with the website where every department got their own website and they were responsible for that upkeep and they would do that. And I think what happens then is you have people move in and out and someone forgets to update that, or they may not even know that that's their job or their duty. So I think you still need to have some kind of, I don't know, tracking. And I like the way that Trevor said, you know, it says when the last time it was updated and when is the next time it needs to be, you know, when should this be previewed?
And we can send notifications not just to the department head who needs to update it, but to the administrator.
Yeah, then they can follow up and say, you know, I need you to send me an email saying this is still up to date or something.
Mhm.
There needs to be that piece that we've not had.
Accountability.
before. Yep, that accountability piece.
And Trevor, you're thinking Monday would do that?
That's what we use currently.
But now we'd have to get everybody access to Monday. Well, not everybody. We'd have to get those people that would be responsible for policies and procedures, typically the department heads.
I think most of them are already in there.
Now, you say that's not fine, but it costs a lot of money to give everybody access to that.
They can't. I think most of the people who need to use it are already in there. Or they probably already have an account, even if they're not using it.
Oh,
Dawn.
Vicky was looking at you, by the way. So Vicky, let's get it verified, because it says in their proposal, in that overview, our solutions include state-specific policies, online learning, behavioral resources, blah, blah, blah. So we should check with them and make sure which way they are. They are or they aren't.
They aren't. So
Yeah.
that's what you do. Okay.
How do they price that? Is that one big thing, or is it per module, or is it per user? How do they?
They priced it as one big thing. So basically the pricing on that,
I think it was based on number of employees is what one thing he was asking us.
That's what I kind of read.
And so it could be, because he was talking about full-time versus part-time people. So, and I wasn't sure. So he's got 3 different options here. Administration policy manual, daily training. So that one's basically 9,000. Full implementation, I don't know if it includes that, is 20,000. Local Gov U, I think, is if they come in and do it for us, which I don't think we need them to. per se.
the local gov U, that Kelly is, Commissioner Scritchfield is the, part of the program for 125 users. That would be like that standardized online sexual harassment, hostile workplace.
That's what
Those
that is.
kind of
Okay.
automated trainings for 125 employees. The cost was $4,000 a year.
Okay. So these would all be added together if you did all of it.
Right.
So that ends up being pretty pricey.
Laura must have something to say. She ran it.
Laura?
So the fire department uses Lexipol as well. And so we can add in all our own individual policies within Lexipol as well. Like they have, their time off, their vacation, their, all of that. But that's on us to keep that updated into the Lexipol system.
You like it?
Do they do any of
But
that?
depending on, because of course I'm gonna come begging pretty soon for money for a human resource system. And it does a lot of the same stuff. Where it can put policies in and it does training, it keeps track of training. So
Well,
So-
and
that we don't duplicate.
no, we don't want to duplicate it. And that's, okay, so upside now I lost it on my little thingy-majigger. Because when Vicky and I was talking about this, I think there's some sequentialness that goes to this. So you're doing the e-Bailey stuff now for finance. You need to figure that out and how it works with HR. And then if those two communicate, and then the policy piece is kind of how I was looking at it, as which ones had to come first to know how they all mesh together. And I think we still have to do that, but I think, so what I'm hearing you say that your HR pieces at least will do all of the HR policy, which will include those different trainings that we were just talking about.
Well, and it'll also keep track of trainings, depending on, which, if we go with a particular outfit. Some of them help provide training, or if we have, internal trainings that we want to keep track of, we just enter that into the system as well, and it'll keep track of all of that.
Okay, well, that's good to
It
know.
would keep track of, like, we could put in like our cash handling policies, those kind of things, but other policies, I don't know if it would really fit.
And that's kind of like
We could.
were you able to talk to Sam?
I've been waiting for an email back. Okay, we haven't coordinated a time yet.
But that's kind of the issue that you get into, is like the cash handling policy. That could be like for the treasurer, that could be for 4-H, for CSU, for, anybody who gets
Yeah.
cash for a something or a check. How is that process handled? So it can be really, and one of the things that we try to come up from a human resources thing is, if you're going to say that that's the county policy, then you got to have some accountability that said, I've given this to, like say, Commissioner Scritchfield, I've given this to you. You've signed that you understand it. And then if the policies are not followed, you can point back to the documents that on this date you signed X, Y, and Z. Right. And I think sometimes that's where we have some issues, that we don't necessarily have those things documented. Who signed the cash handling policy? Well, I couldn't go back and tell you, well, how many new people have joined us, and are they even aware of it? So something like that would be great to be able to track that. Like Laura's statement is, we can have some accountability, where right now it's like, I never saw that before.
Mhm. And I think and so HR is the perfect place to make all that work, because you're touching every employee.
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense. So I think,
And in those programs, you can say, we've got a new hire, Sean Luce, please read the cash handling policy and sign off on it, that. And then it shows Sean hasn't done that, and it'll send her a reminder. You've got to,
okay,
and then so it goes through all of that. And then of course it keeps it in their personnel titles.
okay,
within that system.
perfect.
Trevor, would any of yours fall in that scope, that, employees that are told not to do this, that, or the other? Or
All the IT stuff, if they're gonna have a computer.
Yeah.
You can assign.
And currently, those are all kept separate, right? You keep your own records, and then Laura keeps.
So Sean, how about your office? How does that, how do you see you guys? playing into
Just
it?
like she said, I think that would be helpful for everyone, especially because we are such a cash
Mhm.
based office. I think it'd be very beneficial. Have that so that everyone knows and everyone's on the same page, like when we get a new hire. Well, you read this and you understand that, and you're signing off that you did. I feel like that definitely holds them accountable. For, well, we had that there in place for this reason.
Maybe a good first step would be to consolidate all the policies or compile all the policies in Google Drive. And then no matter whether we go with flexible HRM or some other solution, at least have them.
Yeah.
So then I guess if I'm hearing
Yeah.
direction, if this is the way you want to go, and I could coordinate that first step of gathering those, sending out emails, asking for any policies, procedures, then also whether this changes by state statute, or is it driven by a federal guideline, those kinds of things, just to kind of gather those things
From everyone.
that direction.
I would like to see that. Yes.
Yeah, I think so, because what I'm almost hearing is that your HR program may handle most of our stuff. There'll be the stuff that we deal with that might not, say, parliamentary procedure. That's not going to fall there necessarily. So that's where then we would just do the Google Drive piece and be able to search it by that. And I, like I say, Reese got me hooked on the whole spreadsheet thing, and you can link right here to it. And that's
Or-
awesome.
The HR program you're talking about with these, is that something everybody's gonna have access to? That's gonna be limited to HR.
No. Everybody will have access. Well, depending on what you guys approve, and I'm gonna ask for the gold and you guys will.
They're gonna go
Yeah,
for gold.
good, making it. So,
She's setting this up here, Doug, just for the
It
record.
goes with finance program, because some of the HR stuff, if they do the payroll portion of it. Well, even if not, employees would be able to, all employees would have access to it. Including Road and Bridge, who
Okay.
it'd be accessed on their phone, they can look up their pay stubs. They could look up how much vacation and sick leave accruals they have, they could look up their W-2 and their W-4 and.
Good. Okay, looking forward to that presentation.
Yeah, tomorrow?
Well, I've been looking at demos and they're all look wonderful. They're not having a system. They're good, but cool. There's a lot of things out there. And
So
a lot of things that they do that are really.
really cool,
nice
huh?
that we haven't hit.
Okay, so I think that makes sense, is pulling them together, all that stuff, but what kind of timeline are we looking at to be able to look at? Get
Probably
some,
another. Or, well, how soon will the finance?
So the e-daily report, they thought in 2 to 3 weeks, that they would have, the report be put together. And then they will need to sit down and go through it with us to say, here's some suggestions. I mean, so they can explain, what they're looking at and what they're thinking. So I'm going to say by July-ish, maybe we could have some plans in place, or at least know some directions. But then we're into August.
I'm just playing off of theirs a little
Right.
bit. Because some of the human resources solutions, they will do payroll for us and then they just dump a report into Encode. Do we want to do that, or do we want to keep payroll in-house and do it the way we are?
And that's
So
part of
those
that
kind of
evaluation.
questions will really determine.
Yeah.
A
exactly,
lot of the direction that we go.
okay,
Which may streamline it, it may not.
okay. So we're looking at August, September to make a final decision on a program or not for policy. But in the meantime, we can pull it together in the Google Drive. Okay, I like it.
And depending on how close we get into the budget cycle, it may be, I don't know, maybe one of those things that we do for 2026, if it's a significant cost versus we set some funds aside in contingency for things like this, but depending on what that looks like, we'll know more. I think the key piece first is once we get the iDaily report in and we can start to work through that, Because Sam is gonna talk to Laura and see what kind of programs she likes. And does that interact with Encode, or does it not interact well with Encode? And because we know we've got Encode 9 now, how does that look? And they're gonna also determine whether we go to 10, kind of, they won't determine it, they'll suggest things. So it's all kind of relevant to whatever they come up and find those, financial systems that we have.
But potentially, after I talked with this gentleman too, and he's like, yeah, this program really works nice with Encode. That might be,
Narrow it down.
I've been looking at quite a few demos and I'm gonna narrow it down and then thinking, because he, let's break it down into one or two and then present to the board. Because Trevor's gonna have to look at whether they all say they're the ABA client, whatever's, and I'll wait for Trevor to, there we are.
That's one of my policies.
Yeah.
Good job. Okay, and Vicky, you were gonna just do via email, send your people each one of them. And so what kind of timeline are you thinking you would ask for those back from them?
So I will be out starting next week. So I would assume the week I get back. So that last week in May would be when, because they could still respond to me, and let me know, but I would think that the first meeting in June, I would have a good, idea to you about this is how many policies it looks like we're looking at, and whether we combine those in one is going to cause, what does that look like? So I can get you, if that's okay.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Because I will not be at the commissioners meeting in Rangeley.
I can't believe you're taking some time off.
It's too bad. We were gonna have a big party.
I know.
That's okay. Now that's done.
Yeah, exactly.
The beach with Vicky to have it.
We'll budget for everyone to head to,
Sorry, just looking at dates.
so I think I've got direction and then more direction to come.
Perfect. Thank you.
Like it. Thank you very much.
Anything else on that?
I don't think so.
No. All right.
Thank you, Laura. And
Moving,
Trevor, thank you very much.
yes, thank you. Moving on to resolutions. 6, line item A.
Change gears here. Okay, I can run with it. So Madam Chair, I would move consideration of resolution 2025-14 of the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County, Colorado, requesting U.S. Secretary of Interior Doug Bergman to deliver the keynote address at the 2026 Jolt Energy Summit in Grand Junction, Colorado.
I'll second that.
We didn't do that already? Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this? I think it's pretty self-explanatory unless you want to add any more.
Yeah, it was just something that the agency wanted to do to they think that the more people that ask him to come, the more possibility he will do it.
John, will you please call the roll?
Karen,
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Motion passes. Moving on to line item B.
Madam Chairman, make a motion to approve the consideration of resolution 2025-15, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County, Colorado, imposing a temporary moratorium on the submission, acceptance, processing, and approval of applications and/or the establishment of natural medicine healing centers and businesses within the unincorporated portions of Rio Blanco County.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I'm trying to remember which proposition this was.
Do we not need a date on that?
Well, we talked about a 6 months, 3 months and 6 months date, so we need to make a decision of how long we wanna do it for. Lee thinks he needs, in order to do the zoning and things that we requested, that he's not gonna be able to do that within the 3 months that we originally suggested. So he's requesting that we go out 6 months with that in order to give him time to get the zoning and type that stuff together. As you call the proposition, I think it was 122. Proposition basically limits our ability to control those by time, place, and manner, on zoning or local regulations. So we are talking about looking for places that we could put it that was close to medical facilities, in case somewhere to go wrong. And then in places that wouldn't be next to schools or other.
I would suggest we even go out to a year. And that doesn't mean we're gonna use it, and that doesn't mean we won't do it in 3 months, but that gives Leaf some flexibility to do it within his other things, so he doesn't have to do this all by itself. And I know other counties are doing the same. They're just taking a year out there. So, yes.
I did, have a discussion with, Nikki Turner at the paper this morning, and she was curious, because the way this is worded, she was concerned that it affected like massage type things or healing stones, those kinds of things. And particularly this is directed at the mushroom,
Proposition.
what is it called? I can't.
Psychotropic, natural drugs.
And I know the way it's worded in the statute is, based very similar to this, the natural medicine healing centers. It has that kind of verbiage in it, but what we're talking about is specifically the sale of and use of those
Psychotropic drugs.
Should we not
mushrooms.
reference the statute in this
I
resolution?
think the resolution in the body, it has the referendum, a number in it.
So we could change the,
So I think the resolution is gonna have the language that we want, but let me double check that.
Oh, I see what you're.
You,
Yeah, so
You
we're,
have it in
that's
here.
that resolution that already provided
Yeah.
that specific information.
Okay, so that would. If somebody asks about it, such as ask Vicky, we could just point him to the resolution. Say, this is what.
yes.
Yeah, because we do have the Proposition 122, which is the codified within the Colorado Revised Statutes under Title 12, Article 170. So we specifically state in the resolution that this is what we're talking about.
So we'll need to go in and change termination date in there. If we're gonna do a year out.
There does say a year now. A year temporary moratorium.
Well, but if you go down to page, let me see,
I didn't, it was 3 months when I drafted it, so.
3, if you go to page 3, section 2, line item B, we need to change that.
All that day,
Yeah.
yes. We need to put a
A
specific.
year,
So-
yeah.
Which would be, if you passed it today, it'd be a year from today.
So can I just amend the motion to say that?
You think so?
Yes,
See why-
sorry, yes.
So I'm just
Just
gonna
making-
amend the motion to, continue to say that the moratorium is for 1 year.
The May 13th, 2026.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No. John, will you please call the roll
This is on the amendment.
on the amendment? Sorry. Gotta clarify, yes.
Okay, so Overton,
Yeah, aye.
O'Haron.
Aye.
Richfield.
And then the motion on
As
the,
approved, as amended.
as amended.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Haron.
Aye.
Richfield.
Okay,
You guys make me think I'm in FFA now.
and R.
None of that informal stuff you got used to.
Moving, we removed line item
Oh,
C
you're
under
right.
resolutions
About moved it, so removing it.
and now I want to make sure we got everything, sorry. We did that, remove, okay, just double checking. We did the public hearings or hearing, and now we are going to recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Board of Social Services. And Carmen McKay with the Department of Human Services is going to give us an update. Respond to Kristen's email. Here. Oh, do you want me to show you the menu? Sorry. I don't think I got it. Sorry.
It's all good.
Where we go? The silent tea. Shop.
What they got?
You
Because I
sent the
didn't get it
menu.
either.
Oh, you didn't? The Lone Star turkey.
Apparently, we're having trouble with internet.
I will do the same thing. If they're in it, we're sure get it.
What?
Hearing I had this
They just have it.
before this. It's kind of.
I'll do something.
They
They
did.
It's been.
They must have taken it off of the menu, because I thought they did. But no, so, the Lone Star too. Yeah. What kind of chips did you want?
Oak chips.
What kind of chip? Okay, sorry.
That's all good. They have your food.
Right? Okay. We are ready for you.
All right, so we have some wonderful news. We won 6 that were in 10th place. We went from 15th to 10th as a department. So that was awesome news. We did ask the state, because they asked how we would like to celebrate, if they would like to come up with us, just do a little celebration. So I was pretty excited with both of my teams, eligibility and child welfare. Their supervisors are pretty awesome. Currently we're working on MA reviews. The state will be here on the 20th. Go over that. So hopefully everything goes well. But yeah, I'm sure, that one's always a fun one. Stuff that we as directors like across the state is right.
And out of how many?
Out of how many, like we're 10th in the state.
So is it
So-
60 some?
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's
And they
really,
start recognizing at a certain amount. So we have come up 5 last year.
congratulations.
Hey, good job.
It was awesome. Pretty excited about it. Let's see, so our MA reviews. We're working on mitigation for child welfare. We're waiting for April's numbers to come out so we can kind of get a better view, because we can do it now, but to me, it's worth waiting an extra month when we talk to other directors. That's good to do as well. So we can get a good number on that.
Can you explain the mitigation so that they know what you're talking about?
Okay.
Before you do that, Kim, before I forget it, would you let me know when they do that celebration? I'd like to be a part of that.
Sure. I will. Yeah, thank you. That'd be great. So mitigation basically is a process the state does to help us kind of zero out for child welfare. Our child welfare block grant. We kind of have lots of
dollars that go out to our families. I think Don's explained, Jennifer's explained, like when we say we need dollars for here, this and that. So basically what the state is doing this year, or next year, but this year, is they basically say, okay, where are your guys' standings right now? We were at 94% spent and we still have 3 months. So we know we're going to be over our dollars. So the state tries to make us whole, basically. So we take our amount that we're going to get in April and I do some, like I'll talk to Kels and we kind of look at our accounting and see where we stand. And then we take those dollars and kind of say, okay, we're going to be over 100,000, 150,000 at the state. And we get this money to help make us whole.
Yes, it does, but it makes me nervous with the state's budget.
Yeah.
And we've been nervous forever on that. That part hasn't changed since I've been doing this. And that's fine. But basically what they look at is they look at, okay, what was the reason for your over? And so if we end up having an anticipated expenses, like let's say one of the ones that we have often is in delinquency cases, since they for juvenile delinquents were really not ours. We're more designed for tendency and neglect. But a lot of times the courts have the ability to shuffle some of those expenses over to us when they don't have a place to put a kid that's a juvenile delinquent. So we may have to get and pay for a placement for a child that really doesn't have safety concerns at home, but that the courts have determined that it's easier to get us to do it than like the State Department of Public Health, or State Department of Human Services in order to get the youth corrections system services. And then the courts don't like to do that. And also have a youth that has done such bad things that they say, okay, we have no problem. We're gonna have to send them to a DYS, which is the Department of Youth Services, which used to be the Department of Youth Corrections, but we're under friendlier state now, so we changed. And so those are the type of things they look at when they decide whether they're going to.
Is the pool of money that you asked for this out of, is it still there?
Right now,
It is.
And they've been threatening to take it away for the last 10 years at least, or not mitigate as much of the hardship. Or so that happens, then we're either going to have to use our other funds of money for it, or we'll go to county only dollars.
So is that a federal pot held at the state, or is it actually state money?
It's got a combination of both federal and state funding sources and that.
Federal government gives us the block grant. And then the state then determines, and there's a lot of leeway of where they can put those dollars to. And that's where you get the core funding that she talks about when she brings us our core grants. So it's a couple of different, and I mean, that's just the child welfare side. You know, she hasn't even touched up on the eligibility, which is a whole nother.
And one of the reasons I always fight any accusations that we haven't done reasonable efforts that we need to keep our children out of home and things like that is if we ever get a no reasonable efforts finding, then we can be jeopardizing those federal funds. And that's a big deal. And so we fight those hard. I always never I get a respondent council alleges that we didn't use reasonable efforts. I want to have a hearing. I want to be able to, and then we go through everything we did in this case to try to find the family. But we don't get that.
and Kelsey and her team are really awesome at that, making sure that they're trying to do possible.
And we started about 3 years ago, specifically in our court reports, providing reasonable effort requirements. So that always helps because when I get a respondent counsel that now is mad because we're doing a motion to terminate or an involuntary DPR, which is a allocation of parental rights, where we may use a grandparent or third party to place these kids under that. They'll try to say, okay, we didn't use reasonable efforts. And I say, well, every review we've had, we brought up reasonable efforts and you never contested it. So that's pretty good evidence that they're using this as a stopgap at the end versus, going through and saying, okay, you're not doing enough as we're doing it. Or based on the parent study or statistic.
And if I interpret that correctly, in doing that, you're kind of auditing our system. You're keeping our agents doing that stuff because they might know you're gonna need that.
Yeah, they might, we probably are if we do a termination. I mean, that's the person at the responding council starts yelling as we didn't do the reasonable efforts we need to do. Of course, their idea of reasonable efforts is we should go to them and drag them out of bed and take them down and do their UAs and then take them, walk them to their counseling hand in hand. Although, well, that's the definition of reasonable efforts is those efforts that we need to do in order to facilitate the services. It's up to the parents to comply with their treatment plan and to get to the places they need to do and things like that. So the difference, but if we have those in each report, then it's more difficult for them to attack us later. We can point to it and say, okay, we've had 6 reviews in this case. In every one of those reviews, we've addressed reasonable efforts and never been an objection, which was pretty powerful in the court.
Okay, sorry. And then, we have had some changes in our child welfare. And I couldn't remember if I brought it up last time with, we now have Mika, who just came on in Brennan. She's been doing awesome. We also have Adriana, where she just did her request for certification, so we're waiting on that. And actually, she was the first to do the hybrid through the state. So she did 1 week training here, 1 week with the state. One thing we really didn't like about that one is that she had to go down to Denver for 30 minutes for her. So I kind of sent an email. Probably talk to that a little bit more. But she had to go down for her 30-minute simulation, right? Yeah. Which was why do that? Yeah. So that's one thing.
Okay,
Yeah, I want
I will make sure that I mention that. Okay.
Yeah, if they can do that, like the week that last week, that would be great. I think it would help like small counties like us and counties that don't have to travel a distance to get there just for a minute.
So to do that last little component, they made you go, instead of just tacking it on the last time you were there, which would have made it so much easier for you. Or why don't they travel over here to us?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that's what they're wanting, we should
Several
kind of
on the way.
flip it on them and say, listen, like that,
Make a trip and
then cover the western slope if I don't know how many were in your class and how many were from this area, but okay, just so I will, thank you for bringing it.
Especially when we're doing hybrid, where we have to go there for a week at a time.
Mhm.
Like those type of things you have to be in person, especially the small things versus wait till the end and say, okay, now you gotta do your 30 minutes.
Why did we do hybrid as opposed to, is that different than the way we usually do it?
So for the longest time, it used to be in person. And then I think it was like COVID kind of made it so it's all virtual, which I'll be honest, I didn't really like virtual. I did the virtual and I didn't take a lot from it. So we have wonderful county partners that we can work with, like Garfield County helps, train, like we can shadow. She's going to do some shadowing with Garfield County as well. But now they're trying the hybrid, which is, you do your online virtual and you do in person, which you do get a lot more, I think, when I was talking to Adriana with the in person, because you have that interaction.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And they just recently changed that.
I think she was our first one to do the hybrid.
They were losing, what they were finding is that they weren't really walking away with an understanding of how to really do a case.
Yes.
And we were breaking policies and so that was, at first they were like all in, ever, we're gonna be back in person. And some counties went, whoa, 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 we don't have that in our budget.
Yeah.
And let's take another look at it. So that's how they came.
And I was really blessed because I had like Audrey and Kelsey to fall back on it.
Yeah, right.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Let's see. And we're trying to use that the remaining of our voice grant. The state has like said, gotta hurry and get this done, use it now. So, which has been awesome with the team to we're sprucing up like the family engagement rooms so they're more friendly for families. It's been great. Let's see. Oh, I was on staff and then I just went into something else. We are unfortunately losing Caleb tomorrow. It's his last day. He's going to move to California by the beach.
Because we do have that higher, he's already.
Yeah.
Our village position, a safe position.
And then we'll have eligibility, a new person start for the front desk on Monday. So that'll be really nice and helpful for the front area. And I think you guys have probably seen the training go out for mandated reporter. We've had a huge reply for our speaker folks. We're waiting to still hear from some Rangeley people. So we know when to do that on the 16th. I was just wanting to make sure you all received your emails about that mandated reporter from Sarah Cashin. I'll check her.
Here, can you-
Maybe.
Or I don't remember
what is
saying it.
What is that about?
Basically, the state's gonna come up and they're gonna do a mandated reporter training for everybody within Rio Blanco County. And we want to do it on both sides to capture everybody.
I did see that, but I thought that was, I misunderstood that. I thought it was for some of that training that.
So when you say everybody, what do you mean?
Like anybody that would be considered a mandated reporter, so like the hospitals, the schools, the police department, and we invited you all.
So are we mandated reporters?
I don't think you're
Are we
being
qualified?
qualified.
Are we?
No, it's just
Not as
like
a commission, other roles might be. The mandated reporters are typically, and there's a list of them.
yeah.
So medical providers, whether they're doctors or EMT providers or whatnot, school teachers, and administration within the school falls in that mandated reporter statutes. Other health agencies, mental health workers.
I guess what I'm asking is, do I need to clear my schedule to be there, or how important is it?
Well, it'd be nice to have you all.
We should,
Yeah. It's good to hear the questions that come up. So if you hear out there, hey,
Yeah.
This is happening or whatever, or
Good.
I'm not sure, you would have some.
did you guys find that?
I did find it.
From Carmen?
No, from, it's from a state person.
Their attachments.
Yeah. So did they come up with the date or,
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the 16th and 17th. So far, we have the 17th scheduled. Sheriff Mazzola let us use the training area here in the sheriff's office, right?
Oh, no, we didn't get the only email I got was asking.
What would work best?
Mhm.
Okay, I'll make sure that you guys.
Yeah, good, thank you.
So if you hear of any like Rangeley peaks that you think would want to or benefit from it, we really haven't heard a lot from the Rangeley folks.
Will you tell me the date again for Rangeley?
I believe it's the 16th for Rangeley.
Of June.
June 16th.
From what time to what time?
I'm not sure.
Mine doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she was just kind of waiting to hear from any of them, like, hey, what would work for you guys, morning or afternoon? On the
Is it-
16th.
Is ours on the 18th?
Ours is on the 17th.
Meekers is on the 17th. They want to do
Oh.
it
Yeah.
June 16th, but they were just waiting hear from like the hospitals and the law enforcement and stuff. Schools.
I actually put that on my calendar, DHS and Rangeland. Training and Rangeland.
Yeah,
Great.
I'll push that forward so you guys have.
Great.
Let's see. Anything. And our Natalie has her case, one of her first cases, so we're pretty excited about her diving into that. Our core contracts are coming in, so that's great. We sent them out in February. So we're still waiting on a few of those. And like I said, Garfield County has been awesome. They just invited, we were just looking at that, Adriana to come down and shadow this week. They've always kind of been a support for Rio Blanco and helped us out. They're great. I think right now, things that are bothering like our, struggling with child offer is just the high acuity youth placement type stuff. They want us to just say, hey, we don't have placement, take them to your office, you're good to go, which is not, it's not healthy. With high acuity is just, the high mental health, behavioral issues. So we can't find placement, they're just like, you can take them to your office.
We have a current situation with this child that's been picked out about every placement within the state of Colorado. And she right now is on a short time with the state hospital. They're just basically saying we're going to remove her. I've been attending those meetings. I think it's important for me to be there. We got another one tomorrow. To kind of remind them that it's their responsibility, and if she's not safe in these acute placements, she's not safe in the community setting at the DHS office.
Yeah.
And so far we've been successful in keeping her in placements, but she's already has another 3 days. So we're struggling on this particular case.
Just a little bit of what our child operates to. And that's kind of what I have for you right now. I figured when I do my numbers, when the April's come in, I'll do more of it.
Yes, I do actually. So I had a meeting with some lobbyists on Medicaid, and Kevin Neiman had coordinated this with a handful of lobbyists in different states to talk about what are you guys hearing about Medicaid and where are you seeing potentially all of this going. And one of them said North Carolina is saying that they're more than likely going to do the work requirements for Medicaid. And then they talked about, are there going to be any exemptions, or what are the workload shifts going to be? And then how many people will fall off? Those were our 3 big questions that we walked away with. And Heather were part of this meeting too. So I guess a question that I have, and Georgia is our only state in the United States that does work requirements. And so I would like to find a contact in Georgia and find out what does that mean for Colorado, and what does that mean for your staff? And I see, and I don't know where you're at or what you're hearing, and I'm sure all the directors are having this conversation, is I see a special session coming into play here pretty soon. Especially when that does get released, because I've been sending you articles for probably a year now saying, Carmen, it's coming. I can see it coming. So what are you guys hearing on that? Are you hearing those same things?
We're hearing,
Pretty much, yeah. Same thing. And they really haven't had much of a discussion of how it's gonna affect the counties, and I think that's the frustration with some of the counties. I'm sure you probably heard that. It's like, okay, this is great, but how is it gonna affect us as a whole? Are we gonna need more workers? Are we, what's gonna happen with that? Cause that is a lot of work, extra work that hasn't even been discussed. So that's the hard part.
One of the questions that I asked was, is HICPUF talking to the feds and having these conversations? And I voiced my frustrations with HICPUF as far as the lack of communication. And do we truly believe what they're telling you guys is going to come down the pike? And I don't think we have a clear picture.
We don't.
Which is frustrating. And I think that that's where you guys rely on looking at federal guidelines yourselves, which I appreciate. Probably why you guys are number 10 is you guys take that time to do that. And I know I appreciate that because it gives us some more real numbers of what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
Because the state has led us astray. Look, again, I'm going to bring up CCAP, and now look at what that's created and how much money we're potentially going to be county only dollars. And your thought exactly, if that makes me nervous, because it will be county only dollars. There's no more money out there. The state is broke, and they keep pulling from here, there, and everywhere. And soon enough, that's going to all be gone. So it's going to trickle down to us. And so I just didn't know if you guys have, is HICPUF talking to you guys, coming to your guys' CHSDA meeting?
Yeah, they are. And that's what a lot of directors are asking. We need more clarification.
Okay.
We need to know what you mean by this or what we're hearing. Can you clarify? And so our reps are supposed to go back to HICPUF, ask more questions, and then get back.
Do you know if they're going to the State Board of Human Services? And you don't know.
Yeah.
Because I know right now, when you guys did a mock approval on a case, you guys are the ones that are having to do the hand holding on these work requirements anyway. And so that's because of state legislation, and how we can't change that now. And so you guys are still going to have to do these hand holdings where they actually have to go into a system and go and make sure this person's really working where they're saying they're working, which creates a lot more work for you guys. But okay, I just was wondering if you guys had,
Yeah. And
if you're any further.
Yeah, if we hear anything by our next meeting.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have anything else.
No, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
again, congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So we will adjourn the Board of Social Services and reconvene as Board of County Commissioners and move on to other business. Line item A, County Attorney update.
I had sent you a request to sign a confidential agreement, a cooperative agreement with several entities, especially the Colorado West Slope, Colorado Oil and Gas Association regarding that a suit that they're bringing in against regarding the regulatory agency actions and contesting those actions. I just last night got the copy of the complaint. I've gone through it quickly. I need to read it more carefully. It does look like something that we may be interested. I think it deals with kind of what we had talked about doing that. I didn't get it in time to get it on the agenda for a formal approval. But I'm asking for direction whether or not to go ahead and get into it because they need to have that answer because we have a deadline to file that amended complaint that would include us in this week to do that, and then ratify it at the special meeting. I think we're gonna have a special meeting now in the regular meeting to ratify that action. And I can show you the complaint if you want and things like that, but there's nothing surprising in there. didn't understand.
So kind of what you expected it.
Kind of what I expected it.
We asked for a one pager that kind of gave us bullet points. Did they send that?
They sent us a bullet point on the standing issue only, not so much this. So I didn't see any bullet point specifically on the complaint itself. This is more on the white page. But I can break that down and get it to you.
Okay, thank you. But by the time I get through that, I know nothing.
I'll give you a bullet point. And besides, I'll
Thank you, Doug. I'm right there with you.
with my review of it as well. So as I review this more carefully, I'll do that. If I see anything that really concerns me that I still, they want my comments too, so I'll try to get them steered away.
Well, their attorney kind of gave us a presentation at the energy symposium, so we kind of know what the deal is, but it'd be helpful.
No, and I'll do that. Get it for you.
Yeah, because if, like say, unless there's some surprises in it, I think it makes good sense.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised at all. You're not, and it looks like it's going to be the counties that are going to join right now. It looks like Mesa going to. Maybe just direction.
Yeah, the direction I want to do it.
I'll do it then, have you guys ratified on the next agenda.
Good.
And then probably have a final copy of the, like, for you to look at that time.
That would be good. Perfect.
I think it's important we support them in what they're doing because it means a lot to us.
Yeah, it does. And it's got it's it's substantial impact, but for us, which we rely so much on, the activities that causes our economic, future could be tied to it to a certain degree.
Perfect.
All right, I'll go ahead and.
Thank you.
For going in and get on my comments.
Thank you. Anything else?
I think that's really all I have, unless you have any questions.
I don't, unless you do. No. Thank you.
And as always, you can always give me a call or, ask me about anything that comes up. I'm more than happy to sit down with any of you and talk about any of the issues in the county.
Thank you. Moving on to line item B, County Administrator update.
Commissioners, I had sent you a pretty lengthy report, so I'm not going to touch on all that, but if you have questions and I missed something, please feel free to let me know. First off, I do want to cover that we've had some organizational changes and structures, and so not significant, but important for community development. Just excited to announce that the couple of changes that happened over the past 2 months with community development was the hiring of Nathan, who has joined us as an administrative assistant, and he provides support so that both Matt and Lee can get out of the office, but we still have somebody present to be able to take phone calls, see people in person, and those types of things. So welcome to him aboard. The other thing is that Matt's title has changed. We actually changed this some time ago, but it's been always not necessarily clear. So I wanted to make sure of Matt's, title going forward. It's actually, he still is the building official, but we added another hat for him, which is the Energy and Industry Director. It doesn't necessarily roll off the tongue, but he plays a critical role, and it's kind of from the oil and gas industry and our like natural soda and any other type of industry. He plays that critical role of knowing those boots on the ground, and from that standpoint, he also is coordinated now with Reese several times. So the two of them have an intricate relationship to help us manage that. Of course, the commissioners also have met with those industry folks as well and meet them on sometimes a different level. Sometimes you're gonna have that same person that goes through all three levels of this. But again, having Matt on board because he does have that existing relationship with a lot of those folks is critical. So
What did you call that again? Energy.
he is, so building official, which you got that one, probably, energy and industry director. So. And I do have business cards for you all of Matt's if there's some, if you need to hand one out. Certainly that's that kind of thing. Reese, did you get your business cards also?
They're in the mail.
They're in the mail.
Any day now.
So my suggestion to you commissioners, certainly just as a suggestion that you have both those cards available. So then as you're meeting with folks and you want to direct them to call someone, those two cards could be important, especially, again, Matt's kind of that spearhead on that. I send Matt all the notices of rig moves and plugs and all that stuff that we get from the state. But again, those kind of communications would be important. So you'll have some cards to hand out, as well as my card if you want to hand my card out too. Let's see. I've also asked that the department heads start and elected officials begin their employee performance review process, and that speeding that up, giving them as much time as they need to have that July time period so that can be considered on the front part of the budget process. As we start to dive into that, we'll kind of have those figures already nailed out.
Vicky, what about the money for this year?
The spot bonuses
Yeah.
and things like that. We had a directors meeting, I think last month, and we talked about distributing some of those funds, but we haven't made a decision on that yet.
We canceled our meeting last week.
And several people have.
Yes, several people were out, so we're gonna talk about it then. Probably need to reschedule that.
And I will let you know on that when I have an update for you.
And when were you thinking you will have your reviews back from your directors?
We're asking for that. So the employee
July.
plus the directors should be by July 30th. June 30th is when I prefer to have those back because again, some departments have one or two, that's easy, but when they've got multiple, it's kind of easier to stretch that out. So, and I can work with any director or elected official that may need more time. It's just, we want to try and get those gathered up as soon as possible.
Who's gonna do road and bridge?
So, Thad is, going to be working on his folks at this point, and also, Joe Collins down on the rangeland will be doing that part. Then, and that's kind of early because I do have that as a part of my update. So just a couple other new hires I want to mention. Megan Cochran is relief senior transport driver that was been hired since my last report. Mika Peck, the DHS case aide. Jeremy Muxlow is back with us. We're so happy to have him back. He is our operations lieutenant at the sheriff's office. Karen Cisneros is a relief cook. And Christy Durfee is just changing from department. She was at the treasurer's office. She was deputy treasurer. Now she's going to the clerk and recorder's office in Rangeley. So welcome to all those folks who are joining us. We have second round of road and bridge director interviews were held. That consisted of Commissioner Overton, Laura Smith, Scott Sheets who is the road and bridge director at Delta County, and myself, and it went well. We have one more individual to interview for the second round of interviews. And then we can either, if we need to schedule another, depending on what the panel feels like, schedule another interview, or we'll can make the decision on that. So things are progressing.
Thank you, Jennifer, for hooking up with Scott Sheets. He's
Yes.
good.
Oh, good. Very good. Very knowledgeable. Was able to fit right in, ask questions, and helped us evaluate some things. So very, very helpful having him. And he will be here in person tomorrow for our next interview. And then we agreed to take him to lunch and show him the town and
Thank you for doing that. So he didn't apply?
I'm sorry.
You're taking him,
That
showing him the
makes-
town, maybe he's interested in the plan.
Wendell might not
Yeah,
be very
say
happy if
Wendell.
we still.
Sorry, Wendell and Bobby. Sorry, Wendell, you're just out of luck.
So the next set of inquiries will be for solid waste landfill. So looking at that position, we posted, as you know, for the public information coordinator. I think we got 27
7.
for that position. Only limited of them have actual website and ADA. So we'll look at those as we start to review those and break that down and probably scale that back some before interview. It closes on the 15th, so we could even end up with a few more.
How many did you say you had?
That's for mental drug.
No, for the public information report.
Oh,
There's a-
public information coordinator.
There's a email on that.
Haven't seen it yet. I know it's so slow.
So quickly, other, information, I've attended a couple different, CU public administration courses, and they're not easy. They're usually a Friday and a Saturday, which definitely stretches it out, makes the day pretty long because it's 8 hours each day with lots of, can't have your cameras on, mute, or you've got to be live each time. So it's kind of keeps it challenging. We had our leadership development training, which I think I've got really good feedback for those that attended that. We have some more courses coming up that I will get some direction on what you guys would like to see for the next 3 courses, because we have 3 more that we can do. But the personality styles is very helpful. I need to get in there and figure out a little more of how to play with that. But for instance, I can say I'm going to have a meeting with Jennifer, and how do Jennifer and I, how are we alike? How are we different? Just some good ideas on how you interconnect with people. Ryan has been doing a great job getting some fleet inventory, spreadsheets together for not only the fleet side, but also for the heavy equipment. And we're going to hopefully have this information gathered up, have some initial conversations with both Unified and Enterprise, so that we can come to the commissioners and say, looking forward, and then have them both present at some meeting. And so we can kind of take a look whether you would like to go to the direction of using leasing or that type of stuff, or whether you want to keep it in-house. I've been assured that no matter which direction we go, we're still going to need a fleet department. We're still going to need folks in fleet to handle a lot of things. So that wouldn't change that. It would just change where we get those vehicles and how long. So again, there's a lot of particulars in that, but Ryan's really diving into that and doing a good job. I think you may have seen an email where he sold the old transport van that was originally sheriff's office dispatch. It was purchased for about 30. I may get this wrong. I think it was purchased for 32,000. We just sold it for 22,000, and it's quite an old vehicle, so way more than what we had anticipated. But it was one that just wasn't getting driven. So then those funds go back into the general fund, and we can reallocate those. I'd already talked about the Bailey report. We should have that in a couple weeks. Grants administration, that's taken up a considerable amount of time to get all the filings done and keep on top of that, especially with the federal grants. But that's finally I'm seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and it doesn't appear to be a train. So I'm happy with that. We did receive our SRS Title I funding. The reason why it was not on the agenda today is we've got to contact the school districts. We got 2 of them. We have 1 more to determine what that split will be. This is the funding that was set up in 1908. So it is the one that has not been
Reauthorized.
but we're still getting the percentage that we can allocate out. So we did, at least in that total, 441,828. So
Most of that goes to schools, right?
some does, not all. I mean, I think it's
Most of
I think it was, big chunk was us.
a
the
big chunk is
yeah,
on.
I
Yeah,
think-
it's
100 and some odd
50.
thousand, yeah.
Off and on, it's about 50-50 split, 50 for the county, 50 for the schools, divided by the 3,
Yeah.
depending on pupil count. So there is some calculations that will be on your agenda for the May meeting. I feel like it's one of those things, Thank God we've gotten some because we were not anticipating it. And Commissioner O'Haron's had some discussions on that.
Is that the one that Schwab gets like $127?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. This is one that again, I still need to research it a little bit more of how do we, can we, maybe now that we've got Reese here, you can help me with this. Is there are some counties out there that move some of these funds into a fund for an emergency. So if there's a wildland fire, that we have this pot of money set aside and using that until, or if we qualify for free FEMA. So I think between you and both, Cup, maybe we need to help educate me on these SRS funds, because I know, there's one county in particular that I know does that. I just don't know how they're doing that. Some of it does go to the schools, some of it goes to Road and Bridge, but then some of it gets put aside for some emergency funds, but I don't know how that works.
What county?
Park.
And I think part of that is our Title III funds. So Title I typically is Road and Bridge and schools. And then we have received in the past allocations for Title III. And typically those are used for, like we've used them for the,
Right beside.
yeah, we use it for the side by side for search and rescue. We bought some equipment for search and rescue, and we've used it for the wildfire, for the Colorado Community Wildfire Protection Plan was used to fund those, but there's not much that gets allocated that. So there might be a way to get some funding through that. And then your Title II funds are funds that the feds designate to the Forest Service for Forest Service roads. I don't know if any was ever allocated for Rio Blanco County roads, or not, I'm sorry, that wouldn't be allocated for Rio Blanco County roads, but they're allocated for Forest Service roads. And then we typically partner with the Forest Service to help facilitate those projects. So, but I don't know that we've had any Title II.
I think we had a couple contracts last year where we did the Forest Service and they reimbursed us back.
But reimbursed us back, plus gave us an additional payment for, paying us for our labor.
And last year we allocated the funds. Last year was 407,000 in this funds. The Road and Bridge got 169,876. The RE1 school district 141,316. The RE4 school district $96,305, and then the REJT school district $206.
And that part is driven by their
pupil count.
Right.
So a little bit of good news there. So moving on to just a a couple things I want to touch on. We've had some great meetings with between Dannon and the finance department. The stock sale looks like that piece is going to move out of our finance department, and they're going to handle that. Just going to be a win-win. We are looking at eventually what can we do to even lessen that burden going forward, but that's not till next year. So put that off till next year, but we made some headway. Fair parking. We presented a map that Nick drew of the way he thought traffic flow could work, the way parking of the RVs would work, all those kinds of things. They had Callie and I were there for that meeting, and then we left. And apparently they were fine with the allocations and the way everything was set up. I will confirm that, but once I get that confirmed, then I will see if I can run a newspaper piece about that, just so that people who may not be a part of the fair board will also get that information. And then, we'll kind of have some maps or things like that sent out in advance.
You might give a copy of it to the extension office there too. So
Sure.
because people are coming and going, getting ready for fair.
In fact, we might even, we could put one of those maps posted up there so they could look and say, I need 6 spaces and that's what I want to.
And so, and we need to clarify who it is they're going to reserve those through. Is it going to?
That is through the fairgrounds.
So fairgrounds meaning Nick.
Mm-hmm. Well, Nick or Justin. And Tina also is the backup to that.
Okay.
So there's 3 of them.
I would put it in both Herald Times and with the Rangeley Review, and if the Rangeley Review is coming up before then, I don't
You
remember.
got it. They are quarterly, aren't they?
Mhm.
I'll see if I can get it.
Questionable.
Quarter.
I think they just do them quarterly.
Okay. So we are also talking about a couple different things, a fair setup party, to help get that set up. And again, in talking to the fair board, they were behind the idea that it should be a family event and we should get participation from those folks. Certainly our fairgrounds staffing will assist in that setup. But just kind of more hands the merrier, and maybe doing some hot dogs and just encouraging overall county participation, county employees, anybody in the county, that just wants to come and, help have some fun for this setup, because that is a big task. Takedowns doesn't take as much. Go ahead.
I was, just had a thought for the parking stuff. It would be good if you could somehow get that to the 4-H kids, because they're the
Mhm.
parent, their parents would use it.
Yep.
They might not see the paper and stuff, but those kids will take that home.
Yep, excellent idea. I'll see if I can get it shrunk down to a size that's readable, legible, I think.
And they've got a Facebook page, I think,
4-H
4-H
does.
does,
That's a good idea.
that you could get it on there and then they can blow it up.
So my first step is just to confirm that Fair Board is, that they are okay with it, and then we'll get it out to 4-H and the newspapers.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
we're in
those parents that need
real
it.
times, and see if we can catch them ahead of time. Commissioner Hendrickson, Scritchfield.
Oh, goodness.
I know, almost 2 years there.
I know.
A few more weeks.
Commissioner Scritchfield was talking, has kind of coordinated and helped coordinate a dance for the night, Friday night after fair. So that'd be August 1st. And basically the fair board would like to request that the county provide a live band. We were able to find one for about $1,500, I believe.
Yeah, it shouldn't be quite that much, but up to that.
Up to that. And just kind of, again, trying to make this one of the things that you had said as the last two fairs is kind of how do we make this more of a community event and not just it's solely 4-H or it's solely FFA. It's, this truly is the real Blanco County Fair. And part of that was kind of making it more fun. What can we add? What can the county do to help support that? And so that was one of those things that could be a possibility. The other thing along with that, I would like to propose, and I need to work with Laura on this, about some volunteer time off, a policy where maybe during this week of fair, depending on certain situations, depending on department head approval and staffing needs, that there could be a possibility where employees could volunteer some time, but they would be able to consider that as part of their VTO. And again, what that looks like, I've had one of my meetings, other counties and cities have done it, and they said it's usually contagious that not only did the county start it, but then the town started it, and then you get more buy-in from everyone, and it may be only 4 hours, it could be 2 hours of volunteer time off, whatever we work out. But just to kind of let you know in advance of that, I'd like to see us do something by June, or so that we could set up for the fair. That would be end of July. Last thing I'm going to throw, well, I got two things, I'm sorry. So, right now we're in the works of coordinating a county asset tour. So far I've talked with Town of Meeker. They are all on board, with the trustees, town manager. I've left a message for Alan at Town of Rangeley, so I have not spoken with him yet, but I'm hopeful. This goes along with some previous meetings that we've had where the commissioners met with the trustees with each town, and it was one meeting altogether. This expands that and says, let's go take a look at county assets at both sides of the county. Hypothetically, I'm looking at, so Meeker folks would get to see the Rangeley Airport, Rangeley Columbine Park. Rangeley folks would get to come up here and see the Meeker Airport and the fairgrounds, and have Eric there walking through how we determine distribution of funds, how we work on those things, what are some needs, what are we seeing, along with other things. So the town might have one or two things that they want to do, but really it's, again, trying to encourage that community buy-in from everybody together. Just working on that, more to come on that. And I did get your commissioners' schedules fairly cleared, so hopefully we can we can do that. Last thing, ADA, policy. I had drafted a policy and you have received that, I believe, for review. This is kind of goes along with the, this is more an implementation policy and kind of talks about some of the things that we've had in the past and how your direction, the last meeting that we had. It goes along with our digital accessibility plan that we drafted as an internal policy. So again, that will be on for your next, depending on your revisions, for discussion at the next meeker meeting, as I won't be in Rangeley. Any questions?
I don't think I do.
Yes, I would just have like a little bit of clarification if you guys are, what's your feel for the sponsoring the dance, the band? Are you guys okay with that? $1,500 roughly. Or is that?
I'm good with it. I think it could play into this work time off thing where we could try and get more county employees and people to work in with the county fair, and I think it would be good if we can pull it off.
I would like to see it. Okay.
Are you looking at local
Bands? I didn't, just because I know a band that we've been using out of Grand Junction. If you know of anybody here locally, I mean, I don't know.
There's quite a few.
Is there?
There's quite a few.
Okay.
I mean, did you think about Rowdy Rosendahl?
I didn't, just because I know these guys, we've got them coming for June 7th. And so I just asked them if they had that date available. I haven't confirmed anything because I didn't know if they would do that.
Local.
Okay. I'll leave that to Clint.
Yeah,
I
but I
will
mean,
do.
there's definitely,
Okay.
there's a couple of them.
Okay. I'll send it out to him and ask him if he.
Okay.
Anything else?
I don't have anything else. But good point. Thanks.
All righty. Now we will go to county commissioner updates.
Let me start. Sure. Gonna be fast. I came back from vacation and interviewed public works interviews all day on Wednesday. Thursday, when was it? Anyway, and I attended a Colorado Produced Water Consortium meeting. And I did the Eddie Bailey accounting review interview with people that are going to come do the Eddie Bailey accounting stuff. Oh, I got.
Perfect.
What have you been doing?
Hmm?
Vacationing?
Vacationing.
Well, I guess I did a lot of other.
Did vacationing. Okay, I was just kidding.
You want to go or do you want me to go?
Go ahead. I'll get mine pulled back up here.
So I, as well as Doug, attended a nuclear summit in Idaho. It was interesting. Don't know what else to say besides it was interesting. They did a lot of panels of these places that have already started looking at nuclear, started projects. Sometimes a little overlapping, I felt like. So I found myself daydreaming sometimes. Let me just put it to you that way. And so I was trying to stay focused because they did a lot of talking here and I don't understand that lingo, that world. I actually even bought a book that they recommended. Now I don't remember the name of the book. And I'm having a hard time following this book, listening to this book, because again, it's this nuclear talk and it's way over my head. And so I'm having to stop and research that area so that I'm understanding what they're talking about. But anyway, I don't know where Doug fell or what he walked
You know,
away.
I forgot about that because that was before my vacation. It kind of fell off. But they actually, I felt that was very informative. They have like 7 different ways that they're doing nuclear now. And the most interesting one that I thought was they actually have little nuclear cells that they put in the size of a semi-trailer. And they bring it in and they set it next to your power plant where it generates the electricity. And in 5 years, when it runs out of fuel, they pick it back up and they take it back and they refuel it again and they bring it back. It's really a good concept. They even had one that somebody's trying to do on the moon. Why they do that, I don't know. But the thing that I got away from that whole thing is that they had one session that was on what are the places doing that are being successful at getting this nuclear in. And what it is it has to have a hero. It has to have a cheerleader, somebody that really believes in this and tries to bring people along. And I don't know who that would be in our county.
And say not in the county, but for the area, it's Matt right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what
Oh,
he's doing,
definitely,
is
definitely.
pushing that. But you're right, we don't know that we've got any, I think there's some people that have certainly expressed support for it, but nobody that's gonna be a driving force.
Well, and most of these elected officials that came brought along their economic developer is who they brought along. So you
That would
found
make sense.
a lot of that partnering going on, and that was kind of some of the conversation Doug and I had. And so Doug is way smarter than me, and that's why he understood a lot more than I
I was
did.
gonna say, I can tell him a daydreaming you could do
It's
it.
not true.
The only thing the other thing that, and I ended up meeting with Yankton Johnson from Moon Lake.
Yeah.
They mentioned Bonanza Power Plant
They did.
specifically, because Doug's over there going, because I was daydreaming. Doug's like, did you see that? And I was like, oh, why? No. And so I asked Yankton, is Utah considering nuclear? Why would they bring this to this nuclear summit? Well, he found that interesting because he isn't aware of anything and said, I'm not sure, but that's interesting that they would bring that specifically. And I said, I think it had more to do with you guys using the coal and what if that goes away and then we need to consider nuclear. So anyway, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I got a lot of that, they're building one of the newest nuclear plants is right across the state line in Wyoming. That is going to be one of these, and one of the misconceptions there is that they are shutting down coal. They're not.
They're adding to it.
They're adding to it. The coal plant is not shutting down. They're going to add to the energy with electricity with this nuclear, and it's they're cooling it with molten salt instead of water. Like I say, there's a whole bunch of different ways they're doing this now. But I don't know where Rio Blanco County is in this, and I'm just trying to get educated. But we don't have a railroad. We don't have all the people that it's going to take. I don't know where we're going to get this hero or cheerleader to step up and help with this. I don't know. Because Matt, the guy that works for AGNC that is doing this is of course working for all of Northwest Colorado, and actually he's doing more than that. It's
I
kind
could
of
say all of Western Colorado, yeah.
and there's a lot of communities that are better situated to take this on than we are.
I would agree.
But I am behind any of it that works. I think it's the way the future is going.
We have to.
Anyway, thank you.
I did the leadership training that Vicki mentioned earlier. That was, I thought it was successful. I walked away with understanding people way better that we work side by side with. So I know, there was even a few times, Kelly and I are sitting across the room from each other and she's like, Jennifer, you need to start watching your face. But it was good because like Sean's kind of shocked me and I told her that. And I said, you're not like that. I don't see you that way. And so I really walked away with learning about people. And I know that that's really the intent.
Yes.
And I know I use my coaching. I actually get daily emails. So if I'm going to have a meeting with somebody, I have it set up that it sends me an email and says, you're meeting with Chrissy today. So here's her assets and this is what you need to, and you might have to push her in this direction. And so yes.
Would you take me off of there?
And I get some on Kelly too.
Well, and during that meeting, Jennifer, there was a statement that was said about me, about my personality type. And as soon as they said it, I looked over at Jennifer, she pulled her glasses down. So I'm like, that is you. Yes.
It was, and I think it even created some team building on some level with all of us that don't work together every day. And so I would like to see another one done with the people that weren't able to be there. Like I would love to see Doug, you being able to do something like that, because I know for me, I walked away with learning. Dawn, you and Kels, and there's some people that were in there and I'm like, where are they? They should be here. I want them here. And so I think that if we could do another follow-up one to bring in those people that didn't get to attend that. So thank you for putting that together and getting that done. I know I walked away with learning more about people, especially the people we work with that I don't get to know every day. I attended a stack meeting that is it's transportation for transportation stack with CDOT. It was interesting because it was supposed to be an in-person one, and they only do, I think, 1 or 2 in person, and like most of us were still online. Nobody, because it was in Denver, and I'm like, I'm not driving clear to Denver for a 2-hour meeting. I'm just going to call in, and I noticed that my cohorts in Northwest did the same thing. So, attended a public lands meeting. You already brought up SRS hasn't been reauthorized yet. They don't feel like they're getting any further on the Senate side. House side is in agreement with it, but they just can't get the Senate side. I met with some constituents, like I mentioned earlier. I did meet with Moon Lake, just to kind of ask, what their thoughts were on nuclear was one of my questions. I wanted to see what they were thinking and could their power grid uphold nuclear if we were, because there's a lot of energy that comes out of that. And then I met with Vicki, of course, multiple times. And then I attended this, and I don't know how I was put on this group through NACO, but it's called Energizing Counties. And they sent it out to a specific group of people asking what we're doing with wind and solar. So it was mainly around wind and solar, but I brought up nuclear because I said, we only have the one solar farm that we've approved so far. We did a moratorium. There's a lot of counties that did that moratorium on wind and solar to update their codes to, abide by, or so that there's not so many of those wind and solar that are taking up a lot of land, and especially our ag lands. But I thought it was interesting. It was across the United States talking about wind and solar, but I brought up nuclear, that's something that we're looking at, and that our legislation had actually just passed that is considered a clean energy in the state of Colorado. Not a lot of states have done that. So I did bring up that, we struggle a little bit with wind and solar just because it's not going to uphold the energy we actually need in the United States. So other than that, those were the meetings and things that I did.
Very good. Let's see, weekly meetings with Vicky, energy symposium. And speaking of the energy stuff, I think the message I walked away with is, of course, oil and gas and coal are not going to go away. We're just going to be adding to them because there is so much need. And I really like the message that a couple of the keynotes talked about in that, I mean, people need to, there's no way you can overlook all of the countries that are needing and hungry for energy, and they're going to get it some way, somehow. And we should, if we want to be good humanitarians, that's one of the ways we do it, is to help provide energy. So, good old state wild horse working group meetings. Went to one of those this last month, got one more coming up, should be the last one. Facilities tour at the airport and Fairfield Center with Eric. Appreciated his sharing information on those. The carcass management meeting, Doug led an effort to try to figure out if there was a way that we could help encourage and support carcass management. It sounds like that has kind of went by the wayside. The wolf groups have decided they are unwilling to send their money through the state agencies, at least through Department of Ag. And so the only way that they want to fund people is directly. And that's probably not a wise idea if we want to. I think that has long-term consequences that will bite us if we go down that road. So the group that we were working with, the local guys and so forth, all agreed we are just not going to take it if it's not coming through those agencies, and support those agencies.
And then just to add to that a little bit, that the cattlemen really believe that the people of Colorado voted to put those wolves in here and voted to make the ranchers whole, and they need to stand. They are accountable. Nobody else but the people of Colorado that voted that in. And that's what they intend on doing, is holding them accountable.
Yep, exactly. Then did Club 20 and AG&C legislative updates. I'm really glad legislative session is done. We can't have too much more damage for a little while. There's a lot of talk and expectation of them having to go back into special session this fall because their budget is not going to be balanced. Joined the weekly Unified Wolf Coalition calls. Right now, that's what we're calling ourselves, just because we don't have another name. They're looking at trying to formalize a name a little bit better and how they'll move forward. AG&C board meeting. Talked about and I don't know if I shared this with you guys, that recreation, that was sponsored through CPW, Northwest.
State recreation.
Yeah, the two girls that come and spoke to us, Keystone was doing. So based on our letter that we sent to CPW and asked them to cease this effort, Mock was his last name. Tim Mock came to the AG&C meeting and spoke with us there. And then Jeff Comstock and I got the chance to visit with him and told him we really thought this just needed to stop because they're not building on what's already done at a local level. This is coming down and saying, what we want from up here. And they're pulling in people from other parts of the state to say how they want their recreation area be done in our area. We got an email the other day that sounds like they actually did put the halt to that. And Tim is working on a scope of work for us because we said we wanted to build on stuff we've already got. And so he's working on a scope of work, and perhaps we would be able to use the money that that group had gotten, or we could apply for some additional funds for actual on the ground stuff. Jeff and I are both still cautiously optimistic that it won't have to be planning dollars. But anyway, sounds like it was well worth that effort to
We're bringing money from Keystone back to the community where it's meant to be.
potentially.
I like it. Thank you for following up on that.
Sorry, I didn't follow. I didn't.
No,
I should
thank you for following up on that.
Fair board meeting, like Vicky spoke of, Club 20 Spain conference, was Friday and Saturday. Did the leadership training. I would agree. I always enjoy those things. And yeah, then you can look up Jennifer and see where she's at and how to work with her. No, that's good. Joined an oil and gas development plan on-site tour, which I thought was very good. So BLM, Mahogany, was the landowner in one of those cases. Was really interesting and learned a lot between that and a couple of other energy meetings that I've set in with this month. It is taking those companies 5 to 8 people that are strictly permitting focused to stay ahead of one rig. That's how much money it's costing them in regulations.
And that was in somebody that we talked to yesterday, there's 27 people.
Yeah, if they look at the bigger whole picture by the time they do the contractors and stuff. That just tells you how crazy the regulations are. I mean, just unbelievable. So that I want to keep in my hind pocket. But those have been really good. Also joined the Oil and Gas County Code and Regulation Update. Appreciated Matt holding that, looking at ways to streamline and better improve and not be duplicating anything that our state and feds are already doing. So I really, really appreciate what he's doing there. Several constituent meetings, and then if wild horses aren't frustrating enough, I went to the BLM Resource Advisory Committee RAC that I'm on. They talked solar. This was in Grand Junction, so when we're in that area, they do a tour wherever their meeting is, and their focus was a gun club and solar panels. And the solar panels, they've got an area just north of Fruta there, not quite as far west as Fruta, 21 Road, 2,500 acres that they've got 2 companies interested in doing solar.
Is that above that irrigation?
Yep,
ditch?
just directly above the canal. Up to it doesn't go all the way up to the Book Cliffs. There's a nice little swale there and 2,500 acres worth. That's really not productive ground in any way, shape, or form. It's really has had a lot of recreation. The ground is certainly not in great shape. They did show pictures and talked about there's a lot of movement, or the newer big sites like that, they are not disturbing the land. If they can find those reasonably flat areas, they're not scraping them. They're leaving a lot of that vegetation that's not going to be very tall anyway, and leaving that there. And in that area, I think it's critical that they do that, because they've had dust storms along there that close I-70 for wrecks. And so if you went and graded that all off underneath those, it would only be worse. So that'll be interesting, because the view shed is from the National Monument looking down on it. So we'll see how far they get with that one. That'll be the first one BLM has done in Colorado if they proceed with it. Another option is to go further west. They've got another area further west, which is my guess they will end up going, because I don't think that people in Grand Junction are going to settle for it. We'll see.
For the state BLM, that's just the first place that they permitted one to be.
They, remember they've went through and looked at lands that are available, and this is one of them that's available. And they've now that for some reason there's 2 companies that have identified that area that they are interested in. And so it's an interesting process. I didn't totally understand it. They don't lease it or do the process they do with oil and gas. They said and I think they're still trying to muddle their way through it. They have two people interested in the same location. So they will, I don't think they've actually put in an application, but they will. And then they talked about they would have them split the cost of the NEPA. Now, if I was a businessman, I wouldn't be interested in that because I'm not interested in paying all that money and this guy ended up getting it. I think there's some work that'll have to be worked out there, but that one was pretty interesting. And then there's the gun range. Is you call it that's really contaminated.
Lead.
Yeah, but the sites that are not safe anymore. Hazmat site. You have a gun range, you can have a hazmat site because of the lead. But I did also learn this president has done an IM that requiring every BLM field, I don't know if it's field office or district to have a gun range in it. So that will be interesting. Okay, hurrying right along here, haha. Northwest CDC meetings, a couple of those, and budget program download. Vicky, I did get that. They got that for me. So now I think I had talked to Eric, and he may come and help me look through that some, learn how to do it maybe. And I'll try to figure out, because my thoughts is I want to look at, and I know you're kind of working in that direction, look at what our budget is versus actual. Where are we at now? So we can figure out how much money we can spend. You know, where do we need to start cutting back as commissioners even, let alone everything else? Or are we okay where our budget was? I don't have any feel for that right now. Coming up, don't forget Stock Growers Banquet this weekend, but you got to have tickets. Be sure you get your tickets if you're going to go. And headed to DC with Club 20 next week. So I'll leave Wednesday and be back Saturday. I plan to talk about the Equal Access to Justice Act, see where we can look into that and potential savings of money there, energy development in Colorado, new BLM leadership. I'm going to be meeting with Karen Bud Fallon, and then more of that conversation of wolves. Like how can we keep wolves from coming into the country? So that would be it.
Oh, yeah, I just missed it. So Karen Bed, is she back at the federal level?
Yeah, she's back there.
Yay! I didn't see that.
Yeah, she's a deputy secretary of interior.
Sweet. Be done.
She's been pretty good. Yeah, she's gonna actually, I invited her go on the Club 20 does a river tour dinner thing, and she's gonna go with us on that.
Well, and just as a side note, she was one of the key resources we use for the Land and Natural Resources Plan. So
yeah, she actually did it.
Intelligent attorney and understand all those relationships between federal and state, and local. And so, and she's helped us with other things that have come up and said, no, you've got that right. A couple of years ago, we had an issue with BLM, not an issue, but they were interpreting something one way and we weren't sure about that direction. And I contacted her, she read through and she said, no, you're absolutely right. That conflicts with what your plan is. So she's been a huge resource for us.
She's pretty
He's on our side.
helpful. So yeah, that's all that I know.
Thank you. We will now go to, oh my gosh, we just keep going. Is that correct?
Energizes it.
11? Go that far? Oh my goodness. 11. Line item 11.
We're going to go into executive session to discuss personal matters.
You're making that motion?
Yeah, I'm moved that we go into executive session pursuant to 24-6-4024F CRS to discuss personnel matters with the county administrator regarding job duties and the expectations of the Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Will you please call the roll?
O'Hare.
Aye.
Overton.
All right.
Richfield.
All righty, we will let you know.
Do we need email?
Yep.
We have officially adjourned this meeting, Board of County Commissioners at 3:04.